welcome to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. I do in fact have the chat up this time. Oops. Well, we got it now, okay? We're doing more SCPs tonight, and as my pinned message says, my fingers are crossed. I am very much hopeful. I think the lags will be better tonight. We hope so. We really hope so. Hi, Hades! You script! Hello! Please, 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 internets and OBS, we can do this. Of course, I can't judge how it's going right now for it just yet, because, you know, it usually is better at the start. But, yeah, I'm hopeful. Hi, Oni. Hi, Lurking Yoshi. And, of course, I said hi to Hades. And everybody else that's all being quiet, hello to you, too. Yeah, we're doing more SCPs. We're done with the fishing hub. So we're moving back to recommended stories, the things that people has put in the story sharing channel on the Discord. So this is your reminder to maybe go check out the Discord. It's a very important place. If I'm not updating things over there, I'm starting to do things a little bit on Blue Sky, but mostly over there. There are things I meant to do over there, in fact, and I has forgotten, but I will do it end of stream or tomorrow, probably. Yeah. I'm very nervous about this lagging. I was up late after stream ended trying to fix it up, and it was wild. Oh, no worries, Cage. Hello. Go ahead, cook, clean, and whatever. Yeah. Okay. I really hope this time will work. We'll see. So far, my bitrate is very happy. It seems like it wants to cooperate. I think all of the stories I have lined up. Actually, you know what? I will properly pull up the spot where it tells me things. If you give me a moment. I miss the other camera that has it all set up a little nicer, that has the little things that control when you twist your little face around. This one does not do the twist your face around thing very well. Aha! It is NURIAKEA. And that one, I don't know if we'll get to that one, so it doesn't matter for me to call that one out just yet. But this one is recommended, as a lot of our SCPs have been as of most of the times. It's recommended by NURIAKEA. So thank you for that, and I'm excited to read this one. It is one of the stupidly long ones again, which means that we're going to be here reading for a while. But this is also why I put a longer ad at the start in the starting soon, so that we could have less interruption, and I could read as long as I can manage. But alright, so this one is pretty fun. It's one of the fancy formatted ones. It's got a starry night background, and by that I don't mean the painting, I mean literal lots of stars. It's pretty. I like it. And so we're scrolling over galaxies and stars. It's nice, but it is very long. Here we go. Buttons. There they are. It's SCP-7999. I hope you're ready. Get cozy, get settled. So, item number SCP-7999. 3 yellow bars. It is level 3 confidential. Containment class Euclid. Secondary class integrated. Disruption class dark. Risk class notice. And we start with, actually just above that, but I forgot to say it. A time will come when men will stretch out their eyes. They should see planets like our Earth. A quote from Christopher Wren. And then under the little usual heading, like I just read, the item number and such, it breaks up the pieces with the usual, like a line, but then there's a little constellation in the middle of the line, and I don't know what this one is. It's got a square at the bottom that's all connected, and then it's that square seems to go out like a handle, and then there's another couple of jogs up top. It's like it's almost like it's a jack-in-the-box with an arm to twist, except the box is very tiny compared to the arm. It's wooden. You could go look if you want to. And then we have, seemingly taking a left turn from the rest of this imagery, anatomical-ish art of a bug. Looks kind of like a praying mantis? Question mark? It's some kind of insect. It's got wings. In one part of the photo, we've got a close-up on its little face looking back at itself. Front legs and back legs that are bigger, and then middle legs that are kind of small. It is 6-legged. And it says, sketch of the SCP-79993 species from the notes of Agent Basil, probably? Not Basil. Basil Sias. And then we go into procedures. Oh, thank you for hydrate. Stretch. It's just at the start or top of stream. I do this a lot. So I don't need to stretch just yet, so I'll save it, but I'll have my hydrate right away. Always a good idea. Thank you. Okay. Special containment procedures. As SCP-7999 has already resulted in a partial lifted veil scenario. Ooh, okay, so people know about things. About weird things. Foundation efforts are to focus on declassifying the phenomenon and integrating SCP-79993 individuals into general society. You mean the bugs? Are they full peoples? Are they like full-size people? Or are they bug-size bug? But we're integrating them into general society. Well, dang, okay. These integration efforts are under the purview of Site 120's Integration Committee, with a little footnote that says, integration of SCP-79993 approved by Director Paul Legge. Why does it matter that that's who approved it? Is this notable because Paul Legge is a bug? Why do we care? I wouldn't have. I don't think I need that information. Why do we have that information? What kind of... I'm suspicious. I think after the 2-minute mysteries last night, I think every bit of extra detail has me suspicious. Okay. Likewise, Foundation diplomatic and communications groups are to maintain positive relations between SCP-999's society and humanity. So thems and us needs to be having a good time, not a bad time, please. Thanks, yeah. Okay. No personnel no personnel are permitted to approach SCP-79991 without express approval from the O5 Council. All SCP-79993 individuals passing through SCP-79991 must be cataloged in an official record of arrivals and departures. I don't want to have to say the 999 every time because I think I'm miscounting them as I'm saying them. I think I'm dropping a 9, and then I think I might have actually added a 9 one of the first times. So I may need to say bug people in the future. Okay. Description: SCP-7999 refers to the following interconnected anomalies. 1. I ain't reading the 9s. 1. a wormhole that manifested approximately 405,000 kilometers from Earth on March 6th, 2027. So we've got some time before this happens, everybody. Brace yourselves, but the bugs will be here in only a couple years. Damn. The wormhole links the solar system, Earth's, I imagine, to GN-Z, it's a lowercase z, but the GN was capitalized, 11, a galaxy within the Ursa Major constellation located Ursa Major, which is the Big Dipper. That's what the constellation is. That's what it must be. I thought that the Ursa Major and Minors didn't have a close. Raven's distracted. Raven goes off on a bit. We're looking up Ursa Major. That's the Little Dipper, Big Dipper, but it's called that also because it's like a bear. It's the Great Bear, versus like the Little Bear. Show me proper images of him, please. Yeah, these aren't quite him. The one that they had in the thing isn't quite here. Yeah, I was like, okay. I'd seen it too many times where people didn't connect the top so that it made it look a little bit more like a spoon, but all of these have him closed off, and I'm like, oh, what? I think we've connected somebody to somebody else, because none of these are quite our dude. None of those are quite the little shape that we have in here. There's a little twisty. I don't know what's going on with that little twisty. But okay, I thought we were this close. This close to it being a whole revelation. Anyway, okay, so we're connected to the Bear constellation, Ursa Major. Over there is where this wormhole opens up. It's located approximately 32 billion light years from Earth. Thus far, all attempts to pass through this wormhole have failed. And then we've got a photo of said anomaly. What's EDF all over again? What are you talking about? I'm lost. But okay, so the photo, as I hover over, is New York, either, I would guess early morning, and the sky is lit up, and then there's a big old wibbly hole on it to a darker collection of the skies, and there's a sun over there, very bright red orange, a bluish planet that looks a little purple on the side that's closer to that red sun. Makes sense, color theory. And it's got a little moon, it looks like, off of that guy. So it looks like this is the bug planet, their moon, and their sun that we're seeing through there. Cool. But that's opened up, like I said, above. I'm pretty sure that's New York City. That's the Empire State Building, I'm pretty sure. Earth Defense Force, a game about killing giant insects that invade Earth. But we're not killing them. We're making friends with them. We clarified that. We're integrating the bug peoples or bugs. I don't know how big these bugs are. We're integrating them into our life. We're not killing them. It's close, but no. But yeah, okay, so they're up. It's interesting. Okay. 2. The 79992 is the exoplanet. What do you mean exoplanet? What does exoplanet mean? If exoskeleton is outer skeleton, what do you mean your planet is is that supposed to mean like the planet that is not our planet? That's just planet. Why do you mean exoplanet? Okay, fine. And then it's got its weird code that it's got associated GN space 667 capital C lowercase c. The footnote is, next to it says that it is dubbed quote-unquote nest by its native civilization. You mean the bug peoples? Yeah, it would make sense. Nest or hive would probably be what they would say. So yeah, there you go. The planet Nest. Visible on the other side of the wormhole. SCP-79991. So many. Just go forward. SCP-79992 is approximately 250. My brain. 250. 100,000. Wait, brain. How am I? No. Panic at numbers. 250,000 kilometers from the wormhole as it appears within its local system. Don't make fun of me, okay? It's been a minute since big numbers. SCP-79992 is approximately the same size as the planet Mars. Okay. With a gravitational force 0.364 that of Earth's. Okay. I was hoping we'd do a percentage thing instead of a that thing, but okay. Feels strangely formatted. SCP-79992 maintains an atmospheric composition comparable to Earth's during the Carboniferous period, which footnote maintaining a notably high concentration of atmospheric oxygen. So they've got too much oxygen over on their planet. Probably not too much more, but more. Nest, forget numbers, is largely aquatic, with approximately 85% of the planet's surface covered in liquid water. Not terribly different from us. Details regarding the planet's surface are undergoing further research. Cool. And finally, SCP-79993, the local intelligent civilization of SCP-79992, known locally as Caridids. Caridids. Interesting. SCP-79993 individuals are hexapedal arthropods, superficially similar to Mantidea, with a little footnote says mantis insects, as I described, with enlarged cranium. So they got big old heads. The top of their head looks like their egghead version of the mantis. Cannot disagree. Their front limbs are capable of serving as both legs and arms, with a 3-fingered structure at the end. Analogous brain. Oh my gosh. Anyway, to the human hand. SCP-79993 individuals range in size from 1 to 1.3 meters tall. Okay, so they're like a little bit shorter but like people's size. So they are bug peoples. They are not just bug. And yes, I gave up on words. If you can't notice, I did this stay up and try and do fix Wi-Fi thing. Don't make me brain. I should probably have a bread on top of it. I don't have time to give my model a bread. No, I'll go give her bread. You want bread, lady? You want bread? I'm showing you all. Look at the bread. She has bread. We will do sniffs and then humming a little bit further into this. I won't break just yet, but it'll be... Can I eat the bread? No, you may not eat the bread. It's my brain. I'm barely pulling together as it is. I can't say words I can normally say. I can't numbers the numbers I should normally number. Anyway. The bug people are just a little bit smaller than the average of peoples. Caridids is their name, so I'm going to call them Caridids. Caridids, not your numbers, are intelligent with their civilization categorized as a Type 2 on the Kardashev scale, with a footnote saying a categorization system designed by Russian astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev to identify how advanced a civilization is. This system looks at a civilization's ability to harness energy as well as the breadth of knowledge it has access to. A Type 2 civilization is believed to be capable of directly harvesting energy from its host star. Okay, so they're like a step above us, I think. That sounds like. It is believed that it would take humanity, there you go. It would take humanity over 10,000 years to reach a comparable level of technology at its current rate of development. So they're definitely beyond us right now. Just nibble with melted cheese. How about you just eat the cheese? Just eat your cheese. Cheese, don't eat my bread. Don't eat my brain. Okay. Then this is interesting. I can't quite tell what this is. It looks like there's a little note, but it's they don't have a background on it. You see straight through to the stars, and it gets sometimes a little bit difficult to see. I think that this is the Caridids messaging or talking to each other on their way, but I can't know for sure. It says current distance approximately 655,000 kilometers. The little line with the constellation. And then messages back and forth. It says, we truly were not alone. And then responses, are they like us? And then, no, not at all. Fascinatingly, we bear few, if any, similarities, but such a thing does not matter. This discovery is a culmination of a lifetime, no, several lifetimes of work. And now we finally see, now we finally know we truly were not alone in this universe. And then, so what do we do next? Do we send them a message or do we wait for them to speak first? A response, too many questions. Permit me to work. And then response is, wait, ... That is ... Big cliffhanger. The break with a constellation, and it says Addendum 7999.1. This SCP-7999 briefing. It breaks and says SCP-79991 initially manifested approximately 405,000 kilometers from Earth between the orbits of Earth and Venus. Due to its proximity to Earth, SCP-79991 was immediately visible to the naked eye across the northern hemisphere and parts of the southern hemisphere. The Foundation immediately began attempting to control the spread of SCP-79991 information via media control, the development of aerosolized amnestics, and the deployment of targeted memetics to remove humanity's ability to view SCP-79991. I'm saying too many. The portal entirely. Investigation into the portal followed. Within 12 hours of portal's initial manifestation, a series of 5 messages were rapidly broadcast across global radio networks. They're gonna message us. The Foundation employed Rosetta.aic, so I'm guessing that's the Rosetta Stone, blah, blah, blah. The footnote says a Foundation AIC developed at Site 58 designed to perform esoteric and anomalous translations. Yeah. So they instituted translate for me button to translate the messages. After 22 days of analysis by Rosetta.aic, the messages were successfully translated. All messages received translated to the following. So they tried to send multiple languages of the same thing. So maybe they sent their own different languages. They were just trying to do something. But here's what it said. Hello? Are we heard? Does this world think? Ooh. It breaks. Addendum 79992. March 28th, 2027. It breaks. It says Site 120 in this little file format. It has the constellation at the top. The little motif is constantly here. And it says, we had been staring at the message on Rosetta's screen for nearly half an hour in complete silence. It had become a repetitive practice at this point, visiting this room to see if Rosetta had finally cracked the code. We knew she had the ability to. We knew such a thing was possible in theory, but neither I nor Ashworth really expected it to come through. A message in plain English from an alien civilization. Ashworth was the first to finally speak. Dr. Daniel Ashworth. And that's all they said? Agent Basil Sias, with a footnote saying a bit about them, I guess. Representative from Site 58's Department of Anomalous Ambassadors, a department dedicated to facilitating communication between Foundation personnel and anomalous entities. Agent Sias has a notably successful history of communications at higher risk anomalies. So, very good at translation and the such, I guess. Basil says, I've run all of these messages through Rosetta more times than I can count, and this is all I'm getting back. Rosetta has a 99% confidence rating, and the only reason it isn't perfect is because of some errors made back when she first went online. I'm pretty confident in this translation. Ashworth? That's a lot of characters for such a short statement. What do the O5s have to say about it? Sias. Basil. We go by last names and I forget that. Sias. Initially, flipped their shit about the fact that suddenly the entire planet's population could see an anomaly just sitting there in the sky. It's good it took a few hours for the messages to come in because from what I heard, they spent the time arguing over whether to knock out everyone on the planet and throw an anti-memetic shield over the planet to keep pretending it wasn't there. Ashworth. Yeah, but what about now? Sias. Well, it's why they came to me and why I'm talking to you. We spoke for a bit, I guess it was less speaking and more talking them off the ledge. I reminded them about Site 120's efforts, and that seemed to convince most of them to try something different. They want us to talk to them and maybe even integrate them into our world. Ashworth. That's surprisingly magnanimous of them. Sias. I'd regale you with the entire conversation, but honestly, it really wasn't that interesting. You know as well as I do that times are changing, Ashworth. The work we've all done here at 120 is proof that we can actually start taking those steps to lift the veil bit by bit. We're hitting the point where maybe, just maybe, humanity can stand to know the anomalous exists. Ashworth cracked a smile and then says, if O5 has approved it, then I'm all for it. Let's draft a response. Okay, so they've got a plan. After some discussion, the Foundation returned to the following message. Hello. Let's talk. And then I'll do Addendum 3 after we get back from some redeems. I think it's a little early, but we've already got a couple redeems. I might as well do that, and I kind of want to do my stretch right now, so I'm going to do that. Okay. I'm going to stretch. We have sniffs and humming set up, so I'll start with sniffs and then humming. But if you have one that you would like me to do, please go ahead and do that now. Okay. Let's do some sniffs. Yeah. There was your sniffles. And I will do humming. Are we here? Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Mm. Mm. Meeny, meeny, miny. I don't know. I have one, but I get the feeling that the honk has redeemed and bounced. If the honk is here, should say, cause I'm gonna hum a certain song. But if the honk is not here, then what's the point? What's the point? I'm not gonna wait, cause the honk deserves it for redeeming and bouncing. But I can pick a different song. Um. Welcome in. Yeah, it's a fun one, and you. No the honk. I will continue with the last song I was doing, cause screw a honk. for redeem and bounce. Ooh, typing. Okay. We will do typing next. I assume the big clacky keyboard is alright. I will move the mic quickly, but I'm gonna mute first for that because it can be mean. And then we'll do typing. Hold on as I return. That happens sometimes when I do the typing because my tongue out is T and O both together. But if I just do one after the other, it doesn't do it. But sometimes I type too fast, especially with the T and O, or maybe my fingers slip and I get blah. But it's fun. I specifically felt like I had to do that after Pazuzu Hellbath always shows up and usually does a tongue out little bit. So I do that. It's fun, okay? Humming and typing, and now it's scissor snips. Happy to do that. Yeah. Okay. Come here, scissors. Here we go. Alright, there was our scissors. And I think now we will go back to story. So, since we already did humming, I will do humming when we go back again. I tend to have that kind of rule. I like to keep to that. But I don't do them until... Ooh, okay, bubble wrap pops too. Those will be fun for later. But not right now. Okay, here we go. We are at the third addendum, as I had said. It's alright, that's where we're at. Alright. Yes, all like that. Okay, good. Addendum 7999.3, April 3rd, 2027. After a series of messages transmitted and received through Rosetta.aic, the native civilization of SCP-79992 agreed to send a representative to meet with Foundation representatives. Due to humanity's inability to cross through SCP-79991, the SCP-79992 representatives agreed to meet at a Foundation site on Earth. When it's 1, I'll say portal. When it's 2, I'll say nest. When it's 3, I'll say bug people, or what was the word they used? Caradids. That's right. I'll say caradids. Because I'm not doing the numbers. I'm gonna go crazy. Alright. Due to humanity's inability to cross through the portal, the Nest representatives agreed to meet at a Foundation site on Earth. To cease the process of integration in advance, to ease, there you go, the process of integration in advance of receiving representatives, the Foundation Integration Committee began declassifying initial SCP-7999 findings to world governments and the general public. On April 3rd, 2027, the 2 representatives from from the Nest arrived at Foundation Site 120. Each individual came equipped with specialized suits that allowed them to survive under Earth's environmental conditions. With their express consent, Foundation personnel installed Rosetta.aic into each suit to facilitate communication efforts. A record of interactions between Foundation agent Basil Sias and a Caradid is described below, or the general Caradids, I guess, is described below. So here's the little thing. It says a little Site 120 at the top, and then we've got a little blurb before we start the chatting back and forth. Here we go. For several days, we sent messages back and forth across the wormhole to one another with Rosetta as our translator. They were eager to talk. After receiving our initial response, they sent hello back 7 times in rapid succession. That's so cute. You're like, hello, is anybody here? And then someone shows up and you're like, hi. You're just so excited. That's so cute. Okay. The conversations were extremely basic, relatively speaking. They wanted to know what we called ourselves, what our world was, what kind of life we were, and we asked the same in kind. Only so much can be accomplished through messages, however, so eventually we agreed to meet one another. They sent an envoy, 2 members of their species they held in high regard. We met them with a hazmat team at first to ensure they were properly decontaminated before our meeting could start. They had arrived wearing specialized suits that allowed them to survive in Earth's atmosphere, and we took the opportunity to install a copy of Rosetta.aic into both to facilitate communication. I was worried the meeting would be tense or that we wouldn't know where to start. As soon as I entered, however, I was immediately rushed by one of their envoys who immediately began grabbing and tugging at my face. It kneaded at my cheeks and brushed its fingers through my beard, all with this sense of abject wonder and fascination. And then they have B and A caridids. So they're just A and B. Oh no, I see their names later. But okay, they're going to be A and B. And then Asherworth and Sias. Those are the people we're talking right now. I think Sias is the one writing all this, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, because I don't know who's got the beard, who's getting pinched. I don't know. Okay. B. Look, they are soft and malleable. What a wonder. And upon their face, a chitinous material like our furred animals. Sias. Whoa. Hello. Nice to meet you as well. And then interrupted. The other joined, tugging at my hair. They vocalized to one another with chittering, clattering sounds accompanied by them stomping their front legs. I mouthed a quiet "save me" to Asherworth, who simply smiled in response. This is going so cute. I was really worried with how long this one was, and, it could be space horror. I'm so pleased. It's so sweet. So far. But anyway, A then says, truly fascinating to think a furred animal could be capable of thought, and only 4 limbs. Ashworth, on behalf of the SCP Foundation, I would like to formally welcome you both to planet Earth. We do have a lot to discuss, so I ask that you two go ahead and join us at the table and let go of Agent Sias. Don't worry, you can start tugging at his face again in a minute. Asherworth shot me a slightly uncomfortable smirk as the two continued their poking and prodding, now focused on my arms. I flipped him the bird. Are they going to explain that? Don't worry about it, I guess is probably the response. Okay. Asherworth, before we begin anything, what should we refer to you both as? Right now our documentation refers to you as SCP-79993A and B, respectively. But honestly, that's excessive. It is. So don't make me say it anymore. Here they are. They respond with their names here. A says, they ask for names? Very well. I am called Ketadonka. Ketadaka. That's how it's spelled. Ketadonka. There's a little footnote that says, translation performed by comparing the Caridids linguistic system and comparing similar phonemes and morphemes to the English system. Though there was a high chance of inaccuracy, these name translations were approved by both the instances interviewed. Cool. So they're like, yeah, that's my name. So they even did their effort to, make sure that part didn't get mistranslated. That's great. Okay. Ketadonka. And then B says, I am called Kartekan. Cartekan. Kartekan. Oh, Ketadonka, look, the limb is firm with some solid internal skeletal structure. Yeah, please don't go poking in at that, please. Ow. They continued chittering back and forth to one another as Asherworth attempted to maintain control. Asherworth, thank you both. Now then, you were the ones who sent out those messages, correct? There's some. This doesn't normally happen with SCP formatting, but they actually replace their numbers with their names. Yay! Oh, good signs. I probably shouldn't point out that it's a bit odd then that they're chittering back and forth, which would imply that they are using two different languages. Very in what? In what is the word I've just lost as I was mid word? Intentionally, that's the frickin' word. Have you ever lost your memory of what a word you were looking for in the middle of saying it? Literally, a syllable in? Wow. Okay. Bread is appropriate right now. Yeah, I'm mildly spooked by them chittering and that not getting picked up. It's a type of language that it is how they're talking. Either Rosetta just doesn't know how to get that part. Like the foot stomping might be part of it. Like, how do you know how to translate dance as a language? Like bees, Is it trained to translate dance? Or are they intentionally, like, using one language and then using a different one that the Rosetta maybe is not set on right now? Okay. They're chittering when Asherworth tries to get control. Asherworth, thank you both. Now then, you were the ones who sent out those messages, correct? Katadanka. That was myself, to be particular. While Kartekin was part of the team involved, I sent the message. We are filled with joy that your species were able to respond. Dance translation would be easier than sign language, TBH. I think those two would be similar, I guess. If there's spins involved and things like that, like maybe rotation would be a problem. Any language is going to be difficult to translate like this, but I don't know if Rosetta knows how to do the clicks or the physical movement. For whatever reason, it's not picking up on that particular section of their chatting. Anyway, okay. Rosetta struggled to translate tone even between familiar human languages. Even with that limitation, I could tell Katadanka was uncomfortable to some degree. What do you mean? Okay, so we've been told Rosetta can't get tone, and so this part doesn't quite translate. Rosetta doesn't manage to tell us if it's positive, wobbly tone, whatever, but Sias, noting here in the blurb, can tell that Katadanka is uncomfortable. They use the pronoun it, and maybe that is what Katadanka has requested. But I'm gonna use they if I can. I'll read what they say, but I'm gonna probably err on the side of they. It seems stiff, overly formal. Despite that discomfort and formality, it was still more willing to analyze me like a science experiment. In the moment, I couldn't help but imagine a board meeting full of these guys talking business, rubbing their hands over one another. Sias, this is an interesting opportunity for us as well. Though we do have to ask what the goal of that message was. Kartekin. The portal was opened between our worlds, and our opportunity to speak was presented. We have sent our message to many planets over the ages, but this was the first to respond. We wish to meet. The species here is the first one like us we have ever seen. I have been looking at this world from a distance since the portal opened and wish to see what this planet holds, what the people here have created. Ashworth, so are you hoping for a cultural exchange then? Katadanka, whatever it is that can be shown to us, we want to learn and share in return while we still have time. What do you mean by time? Sias, with the wormhole where it is, we can't really hide you guys from the world, nor should we. I think this is something we could both benefit from. Asherworth, we've been working towards pulling back the veil bit by bit, but... And then Katadanka interrupts. Veil? Asherworth, a technical term. It's what we call the separation between humanity, our species, and that we can't explain with science. Katadanka, we are not sure we understand. Asherworth, I'm sure our representative can explain once we start. As I was saying, though, that wormhole effectively tore the veil down in a night. While we could hide you away from the world, there's no real benefit to that for either of us. A cultural exchange is probably the best way for us to start understanding and introducing your society to our own. I'm all for it. Katadanka, this is news that fills us with joy. We have already chosen Kartekin as the one who will represent us. If that is acceptable? Asherworth, that's perfectly acceptable. We're more than willing to show Kartekin around. Basil? Sias, yep, I can take point there. I reached out a hand to Kartekin. It gazed back. Though it didn't emote the same way we did, I could tell it was confused. I reached its own hand out after a moment and grasped it in my own. Kartekin recoiled, yanking me into the table. I paused for a moment to catch my breath before laughing. Sias, here, we can use this as our first cultural exchange. This is a handshake. I held up my hand out once more. So I think shows handshake. And then Sias says, we use it to say hello. Kartekin once again reached out its hand with hesitation, and I took it in my own. Kartekin flinched as I began to shake before returning the gesture with equal vigor. So he's like, what the hell are you doing with my leg? And then I just shake it. Oh, okay, we shake. Good. He's so cute. Alright, and then it breaks, and the next section is, I think it's them messaging each other before things or something. Because it's again the current distance, approximate numbers, weirdness. We're getting to the maybe less fun, wholesome time. I'm nervous. I don't know what they're doing. Alright, so it says current distance, approximately 550,000 kilometers. And then the one side says, yes, is there a problem? Those coordinates are in a fairly compromising spot, no? Yes, I'm aware of the risks involved here. That being said, is this truly an opportunity we can pass by after all this time? I suppose it is not. We need to understand this is not about pure scientific curiosity. It is a culmination of millions of lifetimes of work. Something that can finally allow us to die peacefully, knowing that life lives on out there, on the other end of the universe. To know that something will live on after we are gone. I want to know them as much as anyone else here does, but is this course of action truly worth the risk? It has to be. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back to while there's time was something that somebody said in the last thing, right? Katadanka said, whatever it is, we want it shown, we want to learn and share in return while we still have time. And then this about after we are gone, something can finally allow us to die peacefully. So they know they're gonna die. Why? How? Are they infected? Are they gonna infect us? What is that? And then, are we helping them die, or are they just meeting us before they die? I don't know. But okay. And then, the way coordinates are in a fairly compromising spot. There's risks. This is not about pure scientific curiosity. So there's something else that has to be happening that they're going to see, but then they're like, also, this is good. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Anyway, we'll find out, I'm sure. All right. We're back to a description of interactions between teams. Site 120, it says. And then Kartekin. What is it we are to see first? Sias. To be completely honest, it's difficult to really decide where to begin. Humanity is not a monolithic species. There's a myriad of cultures. We are a monolithic species. We are one species, if you mean that. If you mean that there's a bunch going on inside one species, yeah. But okay. Anyway, there's a myriad of cultures and societies to potentially show you, and each would be different. I've got approval to take you off site, so the world's our oyster. Which is, what the heck? They wouldn't know that. Yeah. Oh, they get to it. Okay. Kartekin chittered in response, rubbing its forelegs together. 4 arms? I hadn't really figured out what to call the upper limbs, where the hands were. At this point, I had seen Kartekin walking using all 6 appendages and trying to figure out... This is the word I skipped before. My brain has not... Analogous? Analogous biology was proving to be a struggle. Saya says, is something wrong? So he's doing the chitter and rub the legs. Kartekin then says, the voice that translates the words. I do not understand what it spoke. I understood world and hour, but what is oyster, and what does such a statement mean? Very reasonable questions. I chuckled. Saya says, Saya says, right, sorry, I probably should avoid using idioms. The world is our oyster just means that we're in a position to take advantage of the opportunities life has to offer us. Humans have a lot of little expressions like that. Kartekin, oh, so this oyster means great opportunity. I could say that communications between our worlds is our oyster. Not quite. Kartekin chittered again, this time bobbing its whole body up and down. He's getting excited, does a little bobble. I laughed. Okay. Saya says, Katadonka was asking about the veil earlier, right? Kartekin says, this is correct. We were not understanding what was being described by Ashworth. Science can explain everything with enough time, can it not? For example, science can explain why humans have a skeleton inside their bodies instead of outside. Certainly there is nothing here that cannot be explained with study. Saya says, I have something to show you first that might help a bit. Oh, don't start with the spooky SCPs. Don't start there. That's gonna be too much. It's too much. Maybe start with some human cultures and then describe one of them that might have a particular deity or cryptid that might be represented by an SCP, and then show that SCP if you're gonna go that route, but please don't start with an SCP. Ooh. Okay, and then it says current distance approximately 480,000 kilometers. It is done. And in response, ... it is done. There they are. It is ... beautiful. And so that is, I think, since the distance between Earth and the portal was 405,000, and this is 480,000, maybe the portal opened, but then the planet was another jump of kilometers. So maybe that is exactly how far apart we were when the portal opened. Maybe. Anyway. Okay. Addendum 7999.4, April 4th, 2027. More Sias and Kartekin chat. Kartekin. So what does this word veil mean? Sias. By that we mean the veil of secrecy. What we at the Foundation hide from the world. Kartekin once again made that chittering sound, rubbing its appendages together. Sias, ... Did you people never hide away the things you couldn't understand? Kartekin, this is correct. What is being hidden away? As in they never hid things, or they did hide things? I think they never hid things. Anyways. Sias, well, there's certain rules to how the universe operates, right? Certain immutable truths that never change. Take this apple, for instance. I grabbed an apple off of someone's desk as we walked by. Sias said it could be here, or it could be on your planet. What do you call it? Kartekin, Nest is our home's name. Right. Or sorry, Sias says, right, it could be here or on Nest, but if I do this... I dropped the apple and we watched as it hit the ground and rolled away. Sias, it will fall. It'll fall slower on your world, sure, but it will still fall. Gravity is one of those constants, right? But what if something broke that rule? Something that should be following it? What if I dropped the apple and it floated away? Kartekin, we would need to catch it so it would not leave. Thanks, man. Yeah. Rules never change, but here they are changed. So your rules are wrong? Yeah. I guess maybe you just don't have a full grasp on the rules. Why is the Foundation telling this alien about how they operate when they're supposed to be, secret? I think Sias is on the side of tell everybody this stuff. He is working in communications department. And they did say that they were going to start to drop the veil. They obviously couldn't fully close it anymore because the portal opened. And that's like, okay, well, that's one of the things for sure that's here. And so maybe that's the first bit. But because that started to be open, they're like, one of the things they said was like, I guess maybe we can start telling people things. So I think that's what Sias, at least, believes in. This is all written from his point of view. They don't normally have I statements in these files, which again would kind of prove that he's a little bit breaking rules. But I like that. And so I think, yeah, he or they, I've jumped to he because beard. He probably just thinks that that's the way that this is going to go, that they will be talking to everybody about it. I mean, aliens are on the to-do list. Methinks? Do-tell list. Oh, sorry, brain. To-do list. I'm like, because Sias wants to screw the aliens, he's going to tell them? No. Raven's misread is not helpful. The do-tell, yeah. I mean, but do Foundation personnel normally tell SCPs about other SCPs? I feel like they don't normally. It's just like, oh, you probably know kind of things. I think it was probably like Asherworth slipped, shouldn't have said nothing, but then because Asherworth slipped, Sias ran with it. I think that's really it. And Sias wants to do what Sias wants to do. That man would be demoted to D class instantly. Not in this world. They've landed on, yeah, we probably should talk about it. Thank you for the follow, Poradax the Punted. A very fun name. My tradition is once you follow, I say your name fully. And I drop some emotes. So everybody else, let's drop some little dancey emotes to welcome in Poradax. Welcome in. Alright, where was I? We would need to catch it so it would not leave, which is great. Sias then says, while that's true, that's not all there is to it. We would step in and we would hide it away. That's what the veil is for, to keep the things that break the rules of the world away from the public eye. And Kartekin, great response here. Why? Sias, I wish I had an answer for that. The Foundation's mission is secure, contain, and protect. There's plenty of things here that are here for a good reason. Things that would hurt a lot of people if we let them out. There's also a lot of things here that we wish we didn't keep secret to begin with. That's part of why Site 120 has been working on the integration project. I stopped as we arrived at our destination. It was one of Site 120's classrooms, a school for the younger anomalous humanoids on site. There were about 23 students in the room of varying shapes and sizes. Some could pass as your average 13-year-old, while others were barely recognizable as human. Each paid close attention to the Foundation agent at the front of the room giving a lecture on global history. You're telling me that there's an SCP high school or a middle school, 13-year-olds? There's an SCP middle school? Someone write that ridiculous anime. Do it. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Don't open this world. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. So they're talking about global history. And then Saya says, this is what I wanted to show you. This is a classroom, and there are places like this all over the world. They're where we take our young and teach them almost everything they need to know about being human. This one is different, though. Can you guess why? Kartekin. They are all what is referred to as anomalous, yes? Sayas. Right. Most of these kids have never left Site 120. Those that have were only outside as little kids and barely remember it. They're all here for different reasons, too. That one there, she's here because she can light fires with her mind. Yee! That boy over there, only here because he can summon a monster with a storybook. Write this anime! I want this very specifically, and then I want the kids to have the episode where the bug people show up, and they're like, what? Okay. Interesting addition to the storyline. Okay. Kartekin then says, what is it that they all have on their tables? Sayas, those are books. Please tell me you guys have at least had books at some point in your history. Kartekin says no! He doesn't know what books is! Or kind of. Books, ... Yes, I believe so. Many years ago, long before I was born. What do you mean books stopped? Never stop books. The bugs ban the books. No! Book boarding. No! Don't do it, bugs. Don't do it. This is why you're all dying. No. I'm being ridiculous. Please ignore me. Okay. Long ago before I was born. Things with words inscribed in them, yes? Though I do not recall them looking like that. Was yours tablets? Is that what they were? Anyways, Sayas. Well, no matter what they look like, the same basic idea is there. There are things with words in them to pass on knowledge to the next generation. We both sat in silence, watching the class. At one point, the teacher seemed to direct the students to work on some group activity, with each student getting up and moving tables together. One student was left alone in the corner of the room for a moment. Oh, poor little guy. Until they were motioned to join another group of kids. Yay! Kartekin hung its head, their head, its wings, vibrating. Sayas. Is something wrong? Why are you buzzing? Why are you trying to fly? Don't do this. What's going on? No! You teach this shit to kids' wives. Yes, Sadie. Very. Okay. Sayas, is something wrong? Kartekin, ... No, I am merely thinking. I was going to ask if all humans had such wondrous abilities, but the truth that some are kept here while others are not answers the question. Why have we come here first? It's because you said hi to the SCP Foundation instead of, I don't know, a world leader. If they were the first ones to contact you, it would have been different. But you got these guys, so you're going to deal with the weirdos, bud. Sorry. They think they know what they're doing, but I don't know if this is the best way to go about it. Sayas. Anyway. These kids are like you guys over on Nest. part of the first anomalies that get to go past the veil and join society at large. Okay, so this was the plan. This is why they had the schools. They're like, okay, we're going to make sure all you little weirdos and freaks are going to get all ready, and then people are going to know about you. And then, of course, the bugs is like, hey, we're here. And they're like, okay, never mind. They're going to be first, but you guys will still get to go. I think that's how that went. I assume that these kids did not only just start going to school today or in the past week or whatever they've known about the bugs. I should be calling them something their actual names instead of bugs, but I've forgotten at this point. And I don't want to scroll all the way back. It's something like, no, I think it's caridid. Caridids, I'm pretty sure. Caridids are here. Okay. You do not trust the bug. I think I like Kartekin. I think I'm a little nervous about the other guy. I get the feeling that maybe that's someone that's in direct power versus Kartekin being someone that's like the mascot. You know, like that might be a normal person for them that got pushed forward, whereas the person in charge is there to monitor, supervise, and pull the strings. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe, but I'm kind of getting that vibe. And so Sias and Kartekin are these two like regular dudes, whereas Asherworth is, you know, the supervisor, as is our other guy, Bug, I'm forgetting name. And so those two are talking, and the other supervisors are just kind of watching each other. That's my kind of understanding. Okay. Why did we come here first? They're going to be the first ones to join society at large. They're wonders, and wonders that finally get to see the rest of the world now that you all are here. Kartekin tapped its two front legs rhythmically. Kartekin, I see. Okay, so with the exclamation points in there, I think Kartekin is glad, but I don't know. What are we to see together next? Sias, there's a lot of world out there, but let's start with something simple. Ooh. Alright. We're going on a trip. Okay, Addendum 5. April 5th, 2027. Well, Addendum 7999.5. And instead of Site 120 at the top, it says Barcelona, Spain. Ooh, we're going to Spain. Have fun. I don't know how far away that is from Site 120, but anyway. Kartekin, your flying machine was exceptional. Such a strange design, simplistic yet effective. What did the people call it again? Sias, an airplane. Kartekin, oh, the word does not translate, so I cannot pronounce it. I will simply call it the flying machine. Tell me more about it. I love that. I smiled. Kartekin had been like this all night. Every little thing seemed to amaze it. Well, yeah, either it's amaze or disgust. These are strange new things. When something is strange like that, you're probably gonna get big end reaction. It's not gonna be a lot of like meh. Buddy was chosen to be the one to show off, so gotta guess. Anyway, every little thing seemed to amaze him. From the intricate machinery of the plane itself to the fabric on the seats. I honestly felt like I was with a kid. It was hard to believe that the thing in front of me was from a civilization nearly 10,000 years our senior. I mean, to be fair, if I met someone from way older than my time, they'd probably be disappointed that I don't know how to do all the little things. Like, imagine you guys went and met somebody from a time when stores aren't really a thing. Like, you had to make your own clothes yourselves. Unless you were very rich. Someone would be like, you don't know how to fucking sew? What the hell is wrong with you? So this person way ahead of us would be like, oh wow, you know how to do, oh that's so cool. And the person from the past would be like, well yeah, of course I freaking know how to do this. What do you mean? I can see this going this way. I can see it going that way instead of assuming they know everything, kind of a thing. Okay, Kartekin. When did the people of this world create these machines? The flying machines, I guess. It must have taken such a long time. Sias. Well, the first successful flight was in 1903, a little over 120 years ago, though it wasn't until 1914 that the first commercial flights happened. Does that help? Kartekin. It is challenging to understand the timeline. Our worlds do not have the same metrics. From our understanding, this planet is very slow to orbit its star. Nest is not. Nest orbits quickly but does not rotate as this world does. Sias. Well, we define a day here as a 24-hour cycle, so take that flight we had, for example. That was about 3 hours, give or take a few minutes. A day is 24 hours, so we could repeat that flight 8 times exactly, and we'd have a full day. Following so far? It chittered in response and wiggled its fingers. I had to assume that meant yes. Yes, very unhelpful, please. Clarify, use words. Sias, a year is about 365 days. If we had that flight 2,920 times, it would be a full year. Kartekin stopped in place, twitching its head back and forth with its arms and held up. After a moment, it dropped its arms and opened its mouth. Kartekin, 120 years is... Sias, yeah, it's a long time. Kartekin, no, that is no time at all. The species here was able to master flight in such a short period of time. That period is so short that Sias must have hardly aged since then. Sias, oh, I wasn't alive yet. I'm only 30 years old. Okay, we're getting into the lifespan from the freaking chat. Okay. Kartekin stopped walking once more and flailed its arms about wildly, chittering. Bugs is not dumb. And yes, pre-industrial revolution is, yeah, exactly. Do I need to use long words or can I use my short words in story form? The one game. Let me have fun. The bugs is not dumb. They just have different understandings. Be nice to the bugs. Until they are mean to us, I want to be nice to the bugs. I want to hold on to the idea that they're going to be nice, okay? Kartekin stopped. He's flittering. You're just a child. Kartekin. Then Sias is but an infant, a child. So this is how Sias knew so much about the school? Sias. Kartekin, ... If we translated your age to Earth years, how old would you be? Kartekin. 1,743 years. I am aware I am very young, but please do not see me as unfit to be the envoy of my people. You're not very young. They can be as nice as new source of... Why would you say such things? Poor Dags, why are you so mean to the bugs? Kartekin sounds so nice. He is a baby. He is only very young. He's only 1,743 years. Okay. We had finally left the airport at this point, about to take our first steps into public for the first time. Oh God, how's that gonna go? You don't seem to have any security. Oh no. I shielded my eyes against the sun as I looked out across the sky. It was still early, so the streets were still fairly empty. While we weren't trying to keep Kartekin secret, it was best for us to start with a lower profile. Barcelona. I figured this was the best place to bring Kartekin. It was a place I knew well. Oh, Sias is from Spain. My father had grown up here and I had lived here when I was really young. Being back was nostalgic in its own way. They would die by eating a Doritos. Probably. Probably. We know they're gonna die anyway, according to what they're saying, so. Okay. I wonder if the reason that they're dying is that they like are so old that they are not prepared to die, kind of a thing, and for whatever reason their population is not rebuilding. Like that's what they mean by dying. I think that might be what it is. So that like Kartekin is our person because he's going to be one of the last people because he's so young. He's one of the last people that'll be alive probably. That would be interesting. Okay, anyway. Sias is being nostalgic in his own way. A group caught my eye. A family. I smiled seeing a small Guatemalan flag hanging from one of their backs. I thought of my mother, a proud Guatemalan. Okay, so he's got Guatemalan mother, Spanish father, where he grew up. That's so cute. Okay, a proud Guatemalan woman who would gently guide me across these very streets the same way this group's mother did with her youngest. I felt a slight breeze on my face. It was summer again. Aww. Good for you, Sias. Sias. Kartekin, see that group of people over there? Kartekin, yes, I see 5 people. Sias, if you added up the ages of everyone in that group, they wouldn't even equal to half your age. Kartekin, you lie. Certainly they are not all so young. Is the species composed of nothing but children and infants? Oops. Sias, you know, you figure out all the math questions and esoteric hypotheticals I give you pretty quick, so I'm surprised you haven't figured it out yet. Kartekin, those are adults. I'm an adult. Humans don't live much past 80 years on average. Your brain tuned in at a weird time? Tell me where it tuned in. What did you become online for? Okay, so Sias has hit him with, we don't live long. And then by this point, I was starting to understand its physical mannerisms. The reaction Kartekin gave to this information could be best described emotionally as visceral disbelief, and physically as, I told my 3-year-old that Elmo wasn't real. Oh no! It was a flailing of nearly every limb it had, with each appendage moving about in what, to a casual observer, would appear to be haphazard motions. Those who were paying attention, however, would notice the specificity to each motion, each arm and leg moving very intentionally to convey a meaning to a silent observer. Kartekin's people were as nonverbal as they were verbal, communicating with a language that no translator would ever catch. We've picked up on that, bud. Children and infants is a dangerous thing to hear partially out of... Oh, yes, Cage. That could be spooky. No, we're just talking about, you're so young. Anyway, don't... It is not eaten in this story, despite us talking to bugs. Everybody's safe so far. And by the way, I'm going to finish this Barcelona excursion before I do a trigger break, but we are about to do a trigger break. Okay. So yeah, he's doing a little flail. He's freaking out. And then Sias. It's true, by the way. I'm not here to lie to you or trick you. You all are clearly long-lived, which isn't too shocking considering you orbit a red dwarf. Humans, however, are fleeting. We're here and gone in an instant. Kartekin, that moving vehicle there, how long ago did this species create it? Sias, 1886, about 141 years ago. Kartekin, the lights powered by electricity? Sias, 1879, 148 years ago. Kartekin, the species, how long has it existed? Sias, ooh, now that's a good question. We don't really know for certain, but our rough estimates say about 200,000 years ago. Kartekin was silent once more, body completely still. When it did finally move, it was to glance over the city and watch the sunrise. Kartekin's eyes followed the cars as they passed, watching people as they crossed the streets. Kartekin, there are so many of you. Sias, and it's early. Most are still asleep. Kartekin, I must see more. Show me more. Okay, I've got a theory. I'm not reading the next thing. I can't see. The next thing is them talking to themselves again. So it's going to be a spoiler if I look. I can't look. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. My theory is that they're not pleased with us not living very long. We're gonna die too. And they're gonna outlive us. They were like, we're gonna die so soon. And they're actually gonna live a little while still. Meanwhile, we're like, yeah, and here 1 second, gone the next. We don't pay attention to that over here. And they're gonna be disappointed. But they're like, wow, but you're still just going for it. Okay. Wow. I think that's the way it's gonna go. I'm not sure, but I think so. Okay. Put that away. Don't look, Raven. Don't spoil it. I'm gonna read ahead so bad. I'm not. Okay. We are opening up with some humming. And then we will be doing bubble wrap pops, dice, and kalimba. Oh, good. In fact, I'm gonna go looking. I could do half of this. While I'm humming, I'm going to be cutting up the bubble wrap paper I'm going to use. 'Cause it's just a little big. Okay. Here we go with the humming. If LaHonk is back, let me know. I still have an inclination to sing a particular song. Ooh, the bugs are like, oh no, our world will die in 500,000 years. And they look over at us and cringe like when you're mad at rain and see a wet rat. Yeah, we're like, get used to it, buddy. Who cares? And we're just like, we're all gonna die. Don't worry about it. I love the wet rat. I love the image. I'm sorry, I can't get over it. I liked it and I agreed, but now it's just making me happy. Humanity's just a wet rat in a rainstorm. I love it. Okay. Forgive me, my throat's feeling funny now. cozy. I'm humming it, and then I'm gonna be doing bubble wrap. I'm cutting my bubble wrap up before I pop it. And one more song. What's the third song? Yeah. I can hear the raspiness in my humming. I need to do a quick cough and lots of water, and then we're gonna do bubble wrap. I'm just gonna mute so you don't hear me too loud right now. Okie doke. Yeah, I think that's good. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. But you're here, and that's all that matters. And as I say, I don't keep attendance. You're all good. You jump in when and where you have to. Bye. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I gotta do this. I almost forgot. Ooh, I do that. Okay, we're popping some bubble wrap. Bubble wrap. Bubble wrap. I don't know. It's bread brain if you couldn't tell. So we're off in our own world, and it's a weird one. Alright, here we go. Wait, I should do. How are like none of these are? Oh my gosh. I don't know how that happened, but that was totally empty. This side feels better. Ugh, I spent all that time cutting this up, and I'm just gonna pop all of them anyway now. Oh my gosh. Okay. See, now isn't that more like what we were looking for? Ugh, okay. There was all our bubble wrap being popped. Yes, that was bubble wrap, and that is why it says that at the top. I'm being quiet now. I'm more heard. There you go. Okay. There you go. Now I'm gonna do dice. I'm gonna move the mic into dice spot, and then we're gonna do kalimba. Return of kalimba. Okay. Dice time. It's time for dice now. Yes, it's dice time. Okay. Hold on while I move mic. It'll be muted because it gets loud. Hi, nerd. Yes, keys soon. Ooh, okay, in the page. Perfectly mid. I rolled a 10. Okay. I'm gonna read all of them after. This better be good. Alright, on the D4. On the D4, it was a 1. On the D6, it is a 3. But on this particular dice, it looks kind of cool because it's like a black background with green notes. And on this one particularly, the rest of the sides of the 6, they're like fully greened up, and you can only see the black on the edges. But the 3, it's mostly black, except for the bottom. So it kind of looks like there's a floating green 3 over a little field of grass in the dark. I don't know. It's fun. Anyway, there's a 3. D8 was a 7. D10s were 60 and 5, so 65. D100. D12 is a 9. And D20 was an 18. I did pretty good. I don't normally do all the numbers, but I felt like doing it this time. There you go. Hi, Gary-san. Ooh, we just did humming. I will save that one for the next break because I have my little rule that I like to keep to myself. Loves and Riz is just the bot numbers. And no, Gary, it is inaccurate. Unless you're telling me something that you don't actually like me very much. Because the bot likes to lie, especially about love. I think the bot is jealous. Love command, it gives you a number. It gives you a number that is theoretically how much you love, but it does have a harsh cooldown because we've had excessive use. And chat is in slow mode always because I'm so distractible. So yeah. You'll have to wait a minute before you try again, Yanko. But Gary, I don't know when you get your next love use. It might be the next stream. It might be like in a little bit of time. I didn't set the delays up on that, and I haven't looked at them in a long time. Turt. I have Kalimba to do first. And when we get back to reading, it is a long SCP from NURIAKEA. So you know that next break might be 30 minutes. It might be an hour. I don't know how long. So I was planning to do it now, the keys right after kalimba, but if you would prefer I wait, we can wait. It just might be a bit. So, you decide. Ooh, pretty good, Riz, Yanko, pretty good. There's my kalimba. Hold on, as I scoot to kalimba. Oh, Gary, no, Riz, no. Okay. All right, kalimba time. Oh, roly, roly, funky chair. Okay. Well, that's not how you spell that. Let's try that again. Okay. Can I get a refund on your humming? Yes, you absolutely can. I will refund you right now. You are all good. That is very fair to ask. Very, very fair. And I am about to do kalimba, so at least you get some musically. Maybe I'll hung along to Bonnie when we get to that one. How about I do that? I'll do a cheat. I'll do a double. But yeah, there you go. All sorted. I'm gonna start with Brahms, and then we'll do the other one. Here's kalimba's time. I will not be looking at chat while I play kalimba. Warning. Sorry. Ooh, alright, 12. Headbutts. Cute little headbutts. They're sweet of you. Cuties. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. Stumbly, but there you go. Yango, he give head pats is being very nice. Just a pat pat. Just a hello and pat pat. Okay. Now we do my Bonnie. And I will try to hum along if I can keep up to the pace, because I stumble a lot. Okay, we'll do that again with the mic more on my face than my kalimba. Already ruined it. I'm pleased. That went well. I like that. Okay, there was your Kalimbas. So now we do keys before page flip. Where am I putting that Kalimba? Over there, behind me. Okay. Yeah, like Raven said, just some action commands to say, like, I want to do this to this person. We have hug, head pat, bonk, tuck. We also have slap. We have... They're in my about panels. In the panels, you can go down to find what commands we have, because we have the Riz and the love and the... roll. Yeah. It wasn't because you questions. It was just because we want to show off. Turt's just showing you fun stuffs. Just showing off a little bit. Keys. Now I want to pull up the little page where I can see what I freaking do. Gary rolled a 4. Gary, you were just getting all the bad numbers, and I'm very sorry. Hades 87, Riz. Dang. Yeah, you really... Somebody give Gary a hug. Turtle, why'd you slap? You jealous of the Riz? Rolled bad because got slapped. Oh no! I always forget we have slap. Yes, we have slap and bonk. There is double the violence. It's just that we remember La Bonk. We remember Bonk because La Bonk. Yeah. Who is not here right now, I think. Okay, keys time. What does roll do? Roll rolls a d20. No love between you two. Oh no. It rolls a d20, so a 20-sided die. You want a higher number, not a lower number. If you get the top or the bottom number, it's called a crit. And so you get extra, like, instead of being a 1, it feels like a negative 10. Instead of a 20, it feels like 100. It's just extra. Anyway, dice time. Well, not die. Die. No, wait, it wasn't dice. What the heck am I saying? It's keys time. Raven, what's wrong with you? It's because we were talking about dice. Dang. It's keys. It's keys this time. Alright, here we go. Sorry, Turd, I'm fumbly. Alright, here we go. Ah, I'm floaty. Hold on. I can't be floaty. Alright. That got extra time, extra 10 seconds. Feel grateful. You've been bonked. Why'd you bonk yourself? No. I did a little subtle head shake. I don't think we're gonna add a suplex. I think that's a dangerous idea with our particular community. But I did have one idea, and I haven't done it yet because I was playing with commands with it. I mean, sorry, emotes with it. I don't know. Yeah. I will ponder. But I want to add more. I want to have more play. It's just that the more we add, the more chaos it is, and also the easier it is to distract me. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Maybe I'll have it like, I'll have ones, but they're like, it can only be used once in the whole stream, not per person. And then I'll allow it to happen somewhere, and it's kind of like first person to do it. But I worry that then it'll just be like in the starting soon screen, you guys suplex and yeet and slap bonk and do whatever the heck extremely violently only in that first like 10-20 seconds to people that aren't even in the stream yet. So I don't know if I like that idea too much. I don't know. You guys are so much to deal with sometimes. I love it, but I'm scared if I'm trying to read and trying to focus and finish a story before end of stream that I will never escape. Speaking of, we should probably get to that soon. I have pages to flip. And then we shout read. Myco Psycho Raid! Welcome in. Welcome. Get cozy. We're just doing page flipping before we jump back into our SCP read, which I will summarize before we start reading again. But like I said, it's time to flip some pages. Flipping the pages. Actually, I was thinking it and I wasn't gonna write it, but now I am. Flipping the pages. Okay, Raven. We are definitely in a silly mood. Bread brain for sure. Defend the frogs! Oh, that's such a cute little zombie bunny. I love you, zombie bunny. And your purple hair fluff and your pink ears. Oh, I love you. Oh, I touched OBS and so it decided to go remove audio. That's what it does sometimes. It's just a meanie. But welcome. What are the exclamation point things? Oh, the exclamation point is the part that makes it a command. So if you do it before something, if it's a command, that's the way. If you just wrote hug, you don't hug nobody. But if you do exclamation point hug, that's when there's a response from a robot that says bam. Okay. Oh my gosh. Buns noms. Bun knife. Oh, cheers. Hello. Oh, you look like a puppy there. Orange. Aw. And the bun. That doesn't look like a wiggle so much as it's just the pulse. It's intense. It's scary. It's hypnotizing. What are the commands? Okay, so the way you're watching me, right? There should be in the under a part where you can look at about or schedule or those things. Hit the about. And then scroll to the part where it says command, and that's just all the different things that you can command the bot to do. I was able to fix it on my end. Anywho's it? Oh, good. Okay, I got distracted. It's page flipping time. I start with a little book. It has cardstock pages. It's very small. And then I do a big book so that it gets more of the floofy. Oh wait, not ruffling. Flip. Tip hat. Yeah, we have tip hat. I love that one. I forget about it sometimes. Oh, points. I never know what the freaking points thing is. Don't worry about that one. I have no idea what's going on with that. But oh, I love the tips hat. I forget about that one sometimes. Hello, Sir, Madam, and Mage. I don't have gamble. I'm sorry. Ooh, that's where you can check out the leaderboard for the. It's stream elements points. Yes, okay. So it's not the ribbits. Stop distracting me, god damn it. Okay, I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna flip it to pages. Here we go. There we go. Yes, Yanko, you have to at someone, but you can at yourself. You could give head pats to me. You could give head pats to self, to someone here. You can at someone that's not a someone. Like you could say frog, or Fraug is what we call him here, right? You can do whatever you want. Like we've had people bonk my Wi-Fi in the last stream because it was being very unstable, and it's being good so far. I'm so happy. It's been cooperative. Tell me if it lags again, because so far my bit rate has been like kind of jumpy up and down. It's not consistent, but it's not low inconsistent. It's just kind of funky at the top end, so it's still cooperating. It's good. Yay! You gave a frog head patch, which fits the little emote there. Yay! I love it. Aw. Okay. And the points. That's just watch time pretty much, isn't it? Is that what points is? Oh, you gave it to everybody. Yay! La honk, you little bonkin'. This is why I do need to add another violence. This is why I do need to add another violence. I should do that. I should do that. But I haven't. Instead, I'm just gonna slap LaHonk for his 80th slap in this channel. My gosh. Yes. I like that you were going to slap too, but I've already taken the slap. It needs its cooldown. 'Cause you bonked me, you meanie. Don't do that. Okay, I'm gonna flip the big fluff. I thought channel points are different from those points. Yeah, so channel points. Ooh. Channel points in my channel is radioactive ribbits. Those points is what you use for redeems. For my triggers and whatever the heck. But the Streamlab points are just point. I don't know how to. I've never done anything that integrate those, so they're just who has most watch time. That's it. Like someone could have more radioactive ribbits because of gambas that I've done, but yeah, 5 points per 10 minutes, but times 3 for subs. Ooh, okay, so it's subs as well, included in stream points. Oh. Good to know. See, this is I know I'm learning things. I've learned so much as I'm nearing 1 year on Twitch. Oh my gosh, can you believe it, guys? Almost 1 year. Anyway, I've learned lots, but I still don't know very much, and I rely on the people that are mods. I was about to say a different word. I was about to spoonerism that word. That was bad. Okay, I will hydrate and I will stretch, and then I need to flip the other pages and get to reading. We're not gonna do a second story tonight, are we? We're maybe gonna finish this based on the the read time, and that's fine. It'll be good. Oh, hugs. Thank you for being nice, Lahonk, to a new friend. Sometimes Lahonk, our violent little goose, there. Will be very violent even to new people or people who haven't chatted in a while, like yourself, Yanko, and will scare everybody. This time, Lahonk is being good to a newbie. Good job, Lahonk. You know what, Lahonk? For you not being violent to someone that is new or newly chatty, you know what you get? You get popcorns. Good for you. You get treat. I'm giving popcorn. Take popcorn. Maybe you're a little stinky. I don't know. We're not gonna worry about it. Just take your popcorns. Take your treat. I'm gonna flip the pages on the bigger book, and I need to read. Okay, here we go. Okay, first, are we gonna body shame for popcorns? But yeah, please share if you can. Second, Lahunk, you did a nice. You didn't do the violence. Third, you did a violence. What the heck? And third, most important, Wally, you are not late. I do not keep attendance. A viewer is never late or early. A viewer arrives precisely when they are meant to. My bad about the other pin. You're good. I like the little sushi kitty right there, by the way, poor dog. So cute. That's a little bit of a chunk. He looks very round. I love. It's not late. Also, it's 11. It's 11 in my time zones, so I am later. But you're good. You're good. You were never late as a viewer. You were always precisely as you were supposed to do. I've hydrated. I have posture check. I'm a mixed bag. You never know what you're gonna get from me. Turtles have layers. Okay. Oof. Hydrate. I had hydrated, but I'll do it again right now. Stop fighting! Don't hit the frog! Stop it! The way I interpret that is definitely the panda and the little lady are fighting, or training. Oh, nice. And the frog is just watching on, being sad because no, don't fight. Very silly, Porodax. It's called time zones. But also am dear lady, dear woman, hoof lady. You know, I don't tell nobody. But I maybe am Keter class, but without the time changing, 'cause not dear. I'm dear lady, not dear. Technicalities, you know. Alright, we're gonna go back to story time. Speaking of SCP classes and the such. Bam. Dear person. No. That would imply I am person dear. But that is not it either. I am a specific type of entity that is referred to in various ways in those ways. SCP-096. Who is SCP-096? I say as I am definitely not going and looking at SCP. Don't look. Shy guy? No! Oh. Okay. We might have read already is why I looked. Ripped off your bones? No! Well, I read description, did not look at. Don't bonk me! Violence! You're getting the hang of this. Or was there a recent bonk? Is that why his chat may be being slow about that? If you look at his face, he comes and attacks you and kills you. Good thing I didn't go look at him. Wait, what is that? What is that? Stuck in leg fur. Okay. Because I have deer legs. Given hints for those of you that maybe missed that and noticed. Gave him my basement, you're fine. Oh, you have him in your basement. Okay. I will assume you just have a fun roommate. Good for you. Okay, so summary about where we are at with this SCP. Thunk. Basically, it's the year 2027 and we have been visited by bug people. They're, I believe, referring to themselves as Caradids. I just did all of those. Vlahonk. I will do them later. I just did them. Free energy, he's on a treadmill. Oh! Well, that sounds... Is he always on a treadmill or does he get breaks? Because I'm worried about him now. Please take care of your peoples. Whatever kind of peoples they be. Please. But yeah, we have 2027 and oh, that's good. Okay, good. There's a portal that opens and it's to a planet in the Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, the Great Bear constellation. They come over here. They refer to themselves as Caradids. They refer to their home planet as the Nest. He cries, "No, he is not." No! Don't do it! What? Oh, hello! Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Because it's spaced out, I will not say it as a word. I will spell it. COCHI 376. Thank you very much for the follow. Well, gotta get some sleeps. Okay, please eat well, Wally. Let's drop some dances. What kind of dances do you want? I just want to do a bouncy frog. That'll be fun. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you, Tom, doing your froggy boogie. But yeah, welcome in, COCHI. And aw, being sweetheart, tucking them into beds. Nice. Okay. Alright. So, they've shown up. They're bug-like. They look like mantis. You know, like the praying mantis. They are a little bit shorter than the average grown adult. I think they're 1 to 1.3 meters. And yeah, I think that's a bit on the shorter side. 130 centimeters. Right. Anyway, so they're around that size, but they're big people size. They are not little tiny bugs. They are big people bugs. And we've talked to 2 of them specifically that came to our planet, and 2 of Foundation people have been involved, but mostly one over the other. The section of the Foundation that is responsible for this interactioning that has been going on is the Department of Communications, and they have this Rosetta.aic that they've used for translations so that we can chat. Oh, it's 4'3". Why did I think it was a little bit taller? Okay, so they're a bit smaller than I thought. Why did I have that math wrong? But they're a bit little, but they're still people size. There are people at 4'3". And so yeah. Littler bugs. How did he reach up to... How tall is Sias? If they were grabbing his face easy. I don't know. Anyway. So... They're visiting. They're chatting. Sias. Basil Sias. And... I forget Buddy's first name. Asherworth. Are Foundation people. And then we have 2... Caradids, 2 bug folks. I forget the one of them. It starts with a K, and it sounds fairly similar to the other guy's name, but the other guy's name is Kartekin. And they've split up. Kartekin and Sias are going about visiting spots to show off Earth a little bit and do the cultural exchange. And so they're doing that. We started with Sias meeting them, and there was oh my gosh, and they grabbed his face look, it's furry because he has a beard, and lots of pinchy cheeks. They're soft because they're bugs. They have exoskeleton. And they chatted. They referred to the veil, and that was confusing. Sias took Kartekin to a spot within the Foundation spot, Site 120, and saw this little school, this little classroom that was giving very anime, very My Hero Academia, where it was anomalous children in a world history class being prepped to go and be introduced to the world at large, because between the bug portal showing up above Earth and everybody seeing it, and just general things that people want to do, I think especially Basil Sias, I think this is what he wants to do. They're weighing the options of lifting the veil, letting normal people know about the anomalous peoples and stuffs. Maybe not all of it, but so far they are not suppressing the imagery of the portal. That is, people have seen it. People know it. I don't know how much information has been disseminated, but some of it has been allowed for people to see. So that's where that part is at. Kartekin, our bug buddy, is a little confused at stuff. It seems that they might not have anomalous things, or they don't respond to them the same way. He's like, why would you keep this secret if it broke the rules? But also, they didn't really understand what secrets like, they didn't get it. So that was one thing. And then Sias has taken Kartekin to Barcelona, Spain. And this is where Sias lived when he was little. And so he's prepping to probably show him things that he really loved there, some cool stuff, some good old historic stuff probably. And probably beautiful weather. He said that it was summer. It's probably just freaking gorgeous. Anyway, and good temperature for bugs. Good thing he didn't take him to like the Antarctic or Arctic. Probably not bugs' favorite time and place. And this is where Kartekin and Sias realized age differences was a big thing. So Kartekin referred to himself as 1,743 years old, I believe. Without scrolling, I just remembered that. Good for me. And he said, I know I am very young, but please do not think of me as less of a representative. Please let me do this. Okay, fine. I'll hydrate. I'm removing Lahonk's hydrate because he did it first. But okay. And I'll do the stretch and posture check and hydrate after I at least finish my summary. So that's where we are with that. They're realizing age differences. Kartekin is so old, and he sees that Sias is so young, and Sias has told him that, 80's kind of the average lifespan, and what? And they've gone through how fast different machines have progressed. The first plane to where they're at right now, because they took an airplane to get to Spain, and they were talking about that, and the first and how long cars and electricity has been around. And Sias seems to be floored at that. And then this is where I tell you that while we're getting these kind of the files that tells us them interacting, seeing different things. Oh, thanks for that mod hug. They also have been sprinkling in these current distance chats. I don't know what this is, but there's this back and forth between one person and the other messages that is always titled with a distance. And it sounds like the distance between the planets, because once the portal opened up, we had one of the messages that sounded very much like it was like, oh, you see them now, and it's like them looking through the portal, and it would have been probably about the right math for when our bugs got to us. And they referenced a couple times our buddies on Earth now, and in this message about dying. And so I had this idea that maybe we're nervous about how Kartekin and species are maybe gonna die off, and maybe our human worlds, all of us humans not living very long, is gonna be a problem for what they wanted out of us. But we're gonna see now. I'm finally gonna read it. Okay, so it says current distance approximately 460,000 kilometers. And it starts with the other person this time, and it says, how long do you think they've existed? Can we not just ask? You cannot eat the mods. Stop with the cannibalism, you little weirdo. Stop! Okay. And then the person responds, yes, but I want to speculate with someone else first. Consider it scientific inquiry. They respond, I suppose based on their level of development, at least 1 million or so years. It's hard to tell for sure since we are at such different levels of development, but I think that is a safe guess based on what we know. They respond, impressive. And then, like what was said prior, we can simply ask. They have been speaking with us for some time now. Should I send them a message? And it ends with, actually, that is not the question I wish to ask. Can we ask them to meet? I wish to know them better. I want to see what wonders they've created with my own eyes. So it does seem a little bit behind. We're getting the updates on what the bugs have been talking about, if that's what this is, a little bit after when it actually happened. So this sounds like just before they contacted, and that's what they want to know, but they haven't asked yet. And it's still 400,000 kilometers away, which was further away than the portal was to Earth, so that's them not yet meeting us. Maybe we'll get to one of those little things where it's like 3 kilometers or 0 kilometers, or 2 meters, I don't know, away that says, like, we are talking with them right now, and this is what we're talking about. Maybe we'll finally figure out what that is then, but there's something going on. All right. Back to our bug to people interaction, bug to human interaction. Barcelona, Spain. Kartekin asks, what is this place? And please excuse my pronunciation, but Saya says, Park de la Ciutadella. Oh, Raymond's bad. But it is beautiful park place, big water features, statues. There's like Pegasuses, pretty. Oh, lots of greenery around it. It's a very pretty picture of a big water fountain greenery art spot in a park in Barcelona. So that's marvelous. And Sai says, yeah, it's Park de la Ciutadella. Anyway, it is one of the larger green spaces in the city. I used to take my daughter here all the time, so I figured you might enjoy seeing it as well. There's a zoo to see some native earth life, some architecture, and then he's interrupted. Oh no. This is gonna be fun. I was cut off by Kartekin rushing off towards a nearby tree. It was a young palm, likely recently planted based on how easily Kartekin could reach its fronds. And he's maybe 1.3 meters, so about 4 feet. So yeah, okay. It took a frond in his hand and gently ran a finger over it before turning back to me. Kartekin's eyes remained fixed on me for a moment before it looked back to the frond. I walked over. Kartekin. Turtle. I'm just seeing your thing. I call it cannibalism when any peoples eats any peoples. So don't eat mods. Jeez. Where was... Oh, this vegetation, it is simply similar to something we have on Nest. Sias. Really? Kartekin. Yes, though not the same color, and it does not hurt my hands when I touch it. Does that mean the palm is hurting your hands, or the other tree normally hurts your hands? Kartekin raised its eyes, skittering over to another tree. Kartekin. Yet this one is completely different. I have never seen structures like this on vegetation. Sias. That's a maple tree, I think. Those things you're rubbing at there are leaves. Kartekin fell silent there. At first I thought something was wrong until I noticed that a praying mantis had crawled from the tree to its hand. Oh no! We're gonna have a wild time right now. Its eyes fixated on the small bug. Kartekin, things here are so similar, yet so vastly different at the same time. How can it be? A planet on the other side of the universe with such similarities. Oh, Sias, who can say? Pure chance? Kartekin, a wonder of existence, a creature like any other caridid of our world, and yet ... Kartekin moved the mantis to its other hand. Kartekin, do you think, creature, are you like us? Aww. I mean, it's a whole philosophical time. Okay, Sias, sorry, but you probably won't get anything from it. There are a few things that can speak on Earth, but the only ones you're likely to meet out here are other humans. Kartekin placed the mantis back onto the leaf. Kartekin, even if there are others here who can think, how lonely it must have been. Sias, What do you mean by that? Kartekin, how lonely it must have been to be stuck to this planet alone in your galaxy. Ooh, okay. I wasn't entirely sure how to respond to Kartekin here. We stood in silence, watching the mantis walk across the leaf. This tree was one I'd walked by all the time before, not something I ever paid much mind to. By all means, it's a standard tree, the kind that most of the population couldn't even name if you asked. In our silence, however, I put myself in Kartekin's place. I looked at the leaves on the tree, taking in the fact that each wasn't a uniform shade of green. Some were paler, almost yellow, while others were vibrant dark green. Some leaves held small insects, while others were still unfurling out, having only grown recently. I plucked off a leaf and handed it to Kartekin. Kartekin took it and held it up to its eyes. It was a strange sight, an advanced species marveling over a leaf like a kid. I smiled as we left for our next location. And back to one of the little distance things. It says current distance approximately 450,000 kilometers. Only 10,000 kilometers closer. So they're slowly moving. Starts on the left again. How have things been so far? Honestly, words cannot describe it. They really are like us in many ways, but at the same time, they're almost like children. I appreciate the things they seem so easily impressed by, but they don't seem to realize the true wonders of this world. I'm trying to show them, but they seem preoccupied with the simple things. Okay, so maybe this is one of them on a further away spot talking to one of the buddies that's on the planet. I don't know. Different perspectives. Just remember where we come from and where they come from. Our experiences shape what is important to each of us. While I am speaking, I need to ask. We have noticed, yes? ... Yes, I've been monitoring the distance between both planets. Okay, so that is the distance between the planets. Not the people. This is not somebody on a ship. The planets are getting closer together. Okay. I think they're expecting a crash. I think that's what they're expecting. Oh my gosh. Okay. The person responds, how much longer? And then, unsure as of right now, we still have time, but not as much as I would like. Just ... Be ready. And they respond, how cruel the universe can be to present us this opportunity and then rip it away in an instant. Oh, yikes. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have some problems in a second, aren't we? Alright, I'm gonna hydrate, stretch, and posture check. Oh my goodness. I'm scared. Dunk. Alright. Biggest touches. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. I'm nervous. I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm nervous. Oh my gosh. Okay. So they're in Spain. They're adventuring some more. Kartekin. What is that strange structure? Saius. Basilica y Temple Expiatory de la Sagrada Familia, or simply La Sagrada Familia. It's a holy site. Kartekin. A place of worship, then. Okay, so they have the concept of worship. Saius. It's non-traditional, but yes, it was under construction for over 100 years, though I guess that's not really impressive to you guys, is it? Kartekin. Why is it shaped that way? It is very different from the other buildings I have seen so far. Kartekin traced the outline of the structure with a finger. Saius. Oh, well... ... The only way to explain that would involve explaining the history of church architecture. Let's just say it's for artistic reasons. Meanwhile, I probably would have responded, oh, it's very old. We make things differently now, but that's how things got made sometimes in the past. So, interesting way you would have explained it there, Saius. It paused, listening to Rosetta translate my words. A familiar clicking of confusion followed. Because we're starting to understand the clicks and things now. Kartekin. That word did not translate. Saius. Which word? Artistic? Kartekin. Yes, that is the word. What does it mean? Saius. Well, it's... Shit, how do I explain the concept of art? Do you all not have art on Nest or something? Kartekin. I do not know. It's kind of hard when it may be just a translation issue. Saius. I guess you wouldn't. Right. Art is... Remember that leaf you stared at yesterday? The one with the mantis on it. Kartekin. Yes, I remember it very well. I imagine you would. So I guess they had a sleep. Where did they put up Kartekin? I hope not in a very public place, but maybe, I don't know. You know, you might enjoy some Chinese. It's one long stream of... What mythology isn't kind of like that? Different stories to explain the world all sound a little bit wild at some point. I mean, I probably would we have fairy tales from over that way that I will eventually get to. It will be fun. But anyway, okay. Remember the leaf you stared at? Yes, I remember it very well. Saius. Would you say that leaf was beautiful? Kartekin. Beautiful? I suppose it... Yes, it was. Saius. Art is when you create something beautiful for other people to see, but art can also be creating something ugly for people to see. It's like a commentary on something in the world or society. God, I'm not sure how to explain this. Take a look at the cathedral again. It's a work of art not just because it's pretty, but because of the history it represents. It's the work of dozens of architects combining their design in one massive collaboration, and it's a work that survived a civil war and disease. It's art because of what it represents, I guess. It didn't just survive a civil war. In 2027, it survived many wars. My goodness. Okay. Kartekin. Oh. It was subtle, but Kartekin's body stiffened up ever so slightly at the mention of war and disease. Ooh. Saius. Here, follow me. I've got a better place to show you, and we can talk religion while we walk. I lead Kartekin away from the cathedral. A crowd had begun to gather anyway. I'm wondering when we're going to talk about other people noticing them. And I wasn't ready to start fielding questions about carotids to a group of tourists. After a few minutes of walking in silence, Kartekin started asking questions again. We spoke about religion, how humans believe different things, and that there were no universal beliefs about God or the divine. Kartekin. Would it not be easier to believe in the same thing? Do these fundamental differences in thought not lead to conflict? I told it that unfortunately, yes, it does lead to conflict. Considering its reaction to the last mention of war, I didn't elaborate further than that. I simply reminded it that humanity is not monolithic. Saius. Everything I've shown you here so far, it would be completely different even just a few kilometers away in this same country. The further around the globe you move, the more different it is. Honestly, if I had to say, that's the greatest wonder of humanity, how different we all are. We arrived at our destination at this point, a small art studio slash cafe combo in the Ravel neighborhood. Oh, I am so excited. Oh, yeah, so, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Okay, in the Ravel neighborhood, I got us both canvas and a set of paints and set up in the plaza outside. In the plaza outside. Okay, so we're gonna do some art. It's art time. Kartekin, what is it I should do here? Sias says, simple. I'm going to paint you, and I want you to paint me. Right. That word probably doesn't translate. Kartekin, no, that word is understood. Okay, so he doesn't know art, but he does know paint and all this. Okay. Kartekin grabbed a brush and dipped it in paint. Next thing I knew, I had a stripe of blue down my down my arm. No, not me. Oh no. Kartekin, there. I have painted Silas. Is this what was called art? Sias, I suppose it could be, depending on who you asked. Kartekin, I feel as if I am understanding art less and less the more we discuss it. Yeah. Sias, here, let me show you. Hold still. I'll be quick. Kartekin froze in place as I began sketching and painting on my canvas. When it was finished, I showed it the final product. Kartekin, oh, it is me! Immediate flashbacks to Cack, it me! Cack, it me! Chitter click, it me! Sias, it is! This is what I meant before by paint you. I recreated your image on the canvas. How does this make you feel? Kartekin, I feel joy. My hearts are beating with joy. Plural there. This makes me feel ... significant. Sias, good. That's what art is. Art is something that makes people feel something or gets them talking. Kartekin, could I make art, or are only certain humans capable? Sias, like I said earlier, depending on who you asked, you've already created art by putting that blue paint on me. Real answer, though, anyone can be an artist. Give it a shot. Try painting me on your canvas. Kartekin grabbed the brush and painted once more. I sat still as it furiously painted with an intense expression on its face. Its arms were uncoordinated, and at many points it looked more like Kartekin was slapping the canvas with a brush rather than painting. Hey, that's still painting. But when it showed me the final product, it beamed with pride. You could hardly tell what the painting was supposed to represent, looking like a haphazard splashing of colors that would make even the most abstract of contemporary artists blush. But Kartekin was pleased. And now I will describe the two pieces of art in photos on the side. So first we have a photo of painting of Kartekin by Agent Basil Sias. Hover to enlarge. And it is bug face, kind of cartoony. I doubt he looks quite this cartoony, but it is very pretty, and it's got shadows, and it's basically green mantis face, very him, or very similar to the art that we had before of mantis guy. It's chopped at the neck and head, so no shoulders, no arms, but it's there, and he's got red highlights to him, so he's not purely green. There's red in his little like front mouth piece, like a beak-ish looking shape. There's red dots under his eyeball, and the red arches on the top parts of his eye sockets. There's like a vein looking shape stuffs at the top of his head and stuff like that. So like little highlights of red on him. And then we have painting of Agent Basil Sias by Kartekin. hover to enlarge. And it's just a bunch of different colors scribbled. It's just layers and layers of colors scribbled. We can tell that we started with something like maybe blue or purple, and then yellow at a certain point. Why are we bonking the mic? Is something wrong with the audio? Can you hear me? I hope it's still good. Oh, every single one of his stories could be turned into a drinking game. Oh, I like that. I like that idea. We could play folktales drinking games. Oh my gosh, that would be fun. The bonk worked. Oh, you could hear him again? Was it not? Did it fix itself somehow? That's weird. Okay. Are you sure it was that, or was there a lag? Was it the visuals also lagging? Did I not notice something? As my pinned message says, fingers crossed about the lags being fixed, but I don't know if it really are. Okay, anyway. Alright, but yeah, so they're just layers and layers of the colors. It started, you can see like little spots where maybe we started with one, and there's very little yellow that's, you can't see any of the edges of yellow, so that must have been one of the early ones. And the topmost color looks to be like an orangey pink, but it's teals and a little bit to that yellowy green, and blue and purple and pinker. It's just chaotic. Oh my gosh, it's lovely. Okay, so there you go. That's what he managed to art. And then Kartekin says, "Is this art? Am I an artist?" Sias, "Of course you are. This is wonderful work, Kartekin." No! You could say, "This is beautiful. It doesn't look like me, but maybe it represents me." I don't know, but he's being very supportive, and that's good. Sias says, "Of course you are. This is wonderful work." Kartekin removed the canvas from its easel and handed it to me. Kartekin, "Sias should keep this, a present from me as a thanks for what it has done." Okay, so they're both calling each other it. Okay, so I like that. I like that it's reciprocal in this case. I took the canvas and handed Kartekin mine in return. Sias, "And you keep this, so you can remember when you started your art journey." We got up to leave, but Kartekin immediately became distracted by a group of people in the streets. "We're teaching more art. Get this." Kartekin says, "What is this?" Saya says, "Oh, right. I forgot that they were doing a tango demonstration today. The bug's gonna dance. The bug's gonna dance." Okay. Ah. Someone turned on the music and people began pairing up. We watched the groups dance, moving about the plaza with uncoordinated steps and dips. Kartekin says, "This makes me feel excitement. Is this art?" Sias, "It's dancing, which is a form of art, yeah." Kartekin, "May we try as well?" Sias says, "We?" Sias, "Of course we." Kartekin, "Those humans are paired in groups of two." Sias says, "Oh, right. Sure, I'll dance with you, but just a heads up. It has been a while since I last did this." Yeah, he seems to be more visual artist. Basil did a great job with that art. Like, guys, it looked good. Okay. We set our canvases aside and stepped out to the plaza. I moved Kartekin in front of me, placing one of its hands on my hip, and holding the other out. I had Kartekin place its front legs on my feet in order to help guide it through the steps. We began moving, in a clumsy approximation of the other dancers. Kartekin, "Sias is warm. Is something wrong?" Sias, "No, it's just..." I spun Kartekin and led it into a dip. It was light. Its barely 3-foot frame easily moved about. Okay, so he's only 3 feet tall. Saya says, "You remind me of my daughter. We used to go dancing like this all the time when she was little. About your size, actually." Kartekin, "You humans are quite large." Saya says, "Well, I am taller than most, if that makes you feel better." So he's above average height. How significant is the height difference? Is he hunched in order to dance? Okay. A crowd had begun to gather to watch the display. Despite our clumsy, uncoordinated movements, it felt as if most eyes were on us. Well, yeah, you got an alien. Sias then says, you remind me of her in a lot of ways, actually. She was always so curious about the world, stopping to admire. Oh, we are in past tense. That does not sound good. Oh. She was always so curious about the world, stopping to admire every flower we passed in the park, always asking why things were the way they were. So many questions, and my husband and I never felt like we had all the answers. Sias, we're queer. Yee! I spun Kartekin once again. Sias, even now I feel like I don't have the answers, but that's fine. These moments are special, and I'm glad for the opportunity to share them with you. And now we're about to get sad. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay. Kartekin says, Sias sounds sad when talking about the child. Did something happen? I laughed. I guess I am talking like she's dead. No, she's just grown up now, off living her own life. I'm not sad either. I'm just nostalgic is all. I took a wide step and dipped Kartekin once more before the final spin. I let go of its hands and bowed. After a moment of confusion, it bowed in return. It had hardly been an impressive display, but the gathered crowd cheered for us nonetheless. Yeah, they just watched an alien bug dance. Whom, while taller than most, he's likely at least 6 foot. If I had to guess, so at least around 3 feet. Yeah. You're half as tall as me, man. How are you doing this? Okay. Well, yeah. It's fun. Okay. So they're having fun. They're doing their dancing. And now my theory on why they sent Kartekin as opposed to someone else is maybe that, like, the young person should go and see more fun stuff while they're young since everybody's gonna die, maybe? I don't know. Why would they send... I don't know. But okay. We're getting another distance update. Here we go. Oh, the mic! I don't know why the mic just dipped. Maybe the mic has been doing that. I guess that's maybe what's been happening. Is that it just away? I didn't even touch OBS, I don't think. So I don't know why. Let me know if that suddenly becomes a lot quieter. It's almost definitely because OBS is being a little shithead. And I'll happily fix it. But I'll do my best to keep an eye out too. Anyway, okay. Current distance, approximately 410,000 kilometers. We've lost 40,000 kilometers overnight, maybe, or something like that. So we're going kind of fast, and I'm scared. Anything new to report? I'm trying to find ways to describe it all that does not repeat what I have already said. I am learning so much here. Yes, in many ways they are well behind us, but they have and do things I never thought possible. There are concepts I have learned about that I cannot even explain in ways that make sense, things I still have yet to understand myself. I imagine this is Kartekin explaining art. This is lovely. They will not be behind us for that much longer. We have seen the pace they are moving at, yes? They will be at our level in but a moment. We are lucky to have met one another. I just wish... ... There was more time. And there is no response. And we jump to the next addendum. Ooh. Okay, so this is addendum 7999.7, April 7th, 2027. And it says Nest. So I think we're going to Nest World, not Earth. Kartekin surprised me in my room the next morning. It insisted that we go to its homeworld right away. I was confused, to be honest. There's still so much to see here, I remember saying. It had been hardly a week, but Kartekin wouldn't take no for an answer. It spoke with a sense of urgency that couldn't be ignored. So we loaded up onto the shuttle alongside Ketadanka, that's the other bug boy. The only thing that could pass through the other side to the shuttle, the only thing that could pass through to the other side, and we left. I'm wondering if we also brought Asherworth, or is it just Sias that's getting to travel? I don't know. I assume just Sias. Frankly, I expected more when passing through the portal. I had grown up on the classic sci-fi movies after all. Something inside me was expecting this flashy jump to hyperspace as I'm pressed against the seat, holding on for dear life. It wasn't anything momentous at all. By all means, it wasn't any different than a trip to the moon. But that I mean no jumps, no sudden shifts in momentum. We were simply just there. And then current distance, approximately 380,000 kilometers. We're getting closer. Oh, okay, so this is what brought Sias, this is what Kartekin just had before he did this. This is right before the urgent "let's go to my world" message, I think. It says, "Yes, that is why I'm being contacted." Yes? Question mark. That is correct. The current projections are inconsistent as to what exactly will happen, but they all spell out the same level of disaster for both of our people. Oh no. Then might I make a request? Of course. May I bring Sias to us? Let humans see our world before it is too late for both of us. Are we certain that is the correct choice? Yes, they should know us as we know them while there is still time. Very well. Heck of a message. Hello and welcome. Thank you for the raid, Sophia Ignacy. Welcome, welcome. Can we get a shout out, please? Wow. Thank you for the raid. Hi, guys. It's cute. I like those. And thank you for the follow, FT Wastes. We have a tradition here. Whenever someone follows, we drop some dance emotes. And I read their name. So there you go. Little dancies for me. We love reading here. Good. You're in the right spot. We're reading our SCPs. This is a long one. I don't know if we'll finish it tonight. Yeah, we'll finish it tonight. It is a very good... Oh, my little dancey one. You can thank my mod Fat for making that. Fat Stir. I'm very proud of that little frog dance. He's so cute. Your little raid is very cute too. But come get cozy. Basically, our quick summary is there is... Cage! You little shit. Gifting. Okay, other tradition, whenever someone drops money or gift, we drop money frog. Also by the lovely Fetster. Thank you, Fetster. My best emotes are all fat. They are. But there you go. Now you have access to all of the frogs. Go check them out. Some of them are made by me, but the best ones are fed. Yay! Little deities. Okay. So the Foundation, if you don't know the SCP, they're the whole thing, but I can't explain that one. The Foundation have noticed a portal open up above Earth, a good ways away, and it is to a planet on the other side of the, they're in the constellation Ursa Major, so Big Dipper, Great Bear, and they're a long ways away, and they are bug people. They are bug people. And we like them. They're Caridids. We have met two lovely bug peoples that came to Earth, Kartekin and Ketadonka. Kartekin is our dude that we got to hang out with more. We, it seems that this is mostly written from our point of view. We are Basil Sias, and we work for the Foundation. We are in the communication departments. So how to do translations as well as what to communicate to the rest of the world. And in fact, we've been wanting to lift the veil, let humans know about all the spooky, crazy stuff, or at least some of it. And so that's what we were trying to do. And once a giant portal opened, that's the plan. We're going to just let people know some of it, not all of it, starting with the aliens. And then also some of these anomalous people. We showed off a little bit of anomalous stuff, but spent more time in Spain, Barcelona, where we, Sias, grew up, and showing Kartekin, our bug guy that's about 3 feet tall, looking like a mantis bug. while we're above average height. I don't know how tall we are. Showing off Spain, and we showed art. We did some dancing, and that's why we were talking about the height. And we've seen some environment, different stuff, all that kind of things. So that's what we're talking about. We go back and forth between files of us, Sias, describing interactions with bug folks, Caradids, and these updates that are current distance updates with a little chat between. It is becoming clear that the distance is the distance between planets, and it is closing. And that last thing that you guys entered on while I was reading, this is why I'm being contacted. Yes, projections are bad, but it looks like disaster for both people. We don't know when exactly, but it's going to be bad. And they said, please, can we bring Sias to us? Show him our planet. And while there's still time. And so, yeah. So it looks like what's about to happen is the worlds are going to crash or something like that. And that's just the way that this is going to go. And everybody's gonna die, but who knows when? And we've been updated how speedily that's happening. We still have 380,000 kilometers apart with the portal, I think. I don't know. But here we are. Basil Sias has been brought to their planet, which is called Nest. So here we go. We start with a photo. It says view of Earth from SCP-79992, aka Nest, recovered from Agent Sias's body cam. And the photo I'll describe, it's as if we're on a nice lovely Earth beach with some palm trees, and we're looking at the sun pretty low in the sky. But there's a few strange things going on. First off, the water is very, very dark. It looks like it's black. The sun is very big, so it's very close to our planet. It's not creating as much of a sunset. There's a little bit of a purple glow before going out to the rest of the starry skies. The grass and stuffs, that is very brown, very pale beige. The trees are similarly very pale beige, but then the leaves are like orange, red even. And so that's fun. And then also in the sky we see a portal. This is shaped kind of like an eye, actually. Kind of fun. That we just see Earth. Just Earth. We don't see any stars behind Earth. We don't see our sun or our moon. Just Earth. But there's a nice little pocket we can look out to the Earth. So that's lovely. Okay, so now Sias has our update. Coming to Nest. All right. In the blink of an eye, I was on the other side of the universe. It was a small solar system, no more than maybe 5 planets orbiting a red dwarf. I didn't get much time to really take it all in, though, as we arrived at Nest within an hour. Much sooner than I expected, but their tech was vastly superior to our own. We settled down somewhere on Nest, and the shuttle doors closed. It was so familiar. We landed on a beach with white sand, not unlike our own. In the distance, I could see a myriad of shrubbery plants sporting dark red and orange leaves that transitioned to black near their center. Even the sky above felt familiar. Aside from their sun appearing as a massive pale orb in the sky itself wasn't unlike the Earth's sky during a sunset. I could see our portal hanging in the sky above. On the other side, a pale blue dot that I called home. Kartekin, please, come with us. There's much to show you and not much time. I nodded and followed behind, heading into what I could best describe as a forest or a jungle. It was pretty difficult to judge climate in my suit. Kartekin, this is Nest, our home. The only one we have ever known. Sias, you never colonized other worlds? Katadunka, the other, bug buddy. We attempted it on many occasions. Our needs are very specific, and most planets we found were unsuitable. Kartekin, planet Earth shouldn't be able to host life at all based on our calculations. It is not tidally locked, and the atmosphere is so thin. Likewise, it is so far from its host star that it does not receive the amount of solar energy that is required to support life. It is a miracle humanity exists, and even more so that humanity is advanced. These are bugs. Their planet has more oxygen. They want more heat because they're bugs. So obviously our planet would not be as nice to them. Okay. Sias, I guess this is the point where I say the opposite, huh? The fact that by our calculations there's no way your planet should support life because of all the reasons you say we can't. They paused, clicking to one another. It looked like they wanted to say something in response, but both remained silent as we moved into what happened to be a city of some kind. Oh, when are they going to tell you? When are they going to tell you that the worlds are all going to die? Oh, boy. Okay. The structures were low to the ground and rounded. Most were overtaken by native flora, in some cases nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings aside from odd, rounded bulges in the ground. I was about to say bugles. What? They were all built with a sense of purpose. There were no decorative elements or patterning on them. We did establish that there's not much of a sense of art on their planet. Hello, Darkstorm. Welcome in. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was all so quiet. Aside from Kartekin and Ketadanka, I didn't see any other Caridids present. I wanted to ask, but a solemn look from Kartekin told me enough. I was eventually led to a massive structure looking like several of the smaller ones stuck together without much of a sense of organization or purpose. The wall itself manifested a door that slid open as we approached. From there, I was led to a large room filled with indescribable technologies. Some were very vaguely familiar, screens, buttons, dials. None had a clear purpose to my eye, but there was a sense of recognition nonetheless. Others were utterly foreign, composed of metal bars and wires that looked ready to electrocute me or chop off a limb if I got too close. They do have exoskeletons, whereas we are fleshy, soft, meaty. Anyway, this is also where we finally saw other Caridids, a small group of no more than 6 that huddled around us with chirps and clicks. They eyed me with a hungry curiosity. Oh, and they have reference when we chatted in Barcelona that there's a lot more of peoples. And they live so much longer than we do. So that is also relevant if I didn't say that. So it makes sense that we haven't seen many other Caridids. I get the feeling there's not as many of them. Okay. If I see a small group, chirps and clicks, they eyed me curious. There were no chairs, so I leaned myself against the safest looking place I could find. Kartekin finally spoke. Kartekin, Sias has many questions, yes? Please ask them. Sias, oh God, what was that stuff we walked through outside? What is this place? Is this just like a small city since there aren't many of your people here? I stopped myself from rattling off more. My brain was buzzing and it wasn't a good feeling for once. Kartekin, yes, what I expected. See, humanity is curious like us. The curiosity is just in the simple things. Oh, rude. We should start with the simple questions. This is the largest city left on the planet. And what we saw outside are what remains of homes and businesses. Kartekin looked at me, waiting for me to interject. I remained silent. Kartekin, ... Sias does not have questions about that? Sias, no, actually. I think I know what's going on here. Remember back at the cathedral? Kartekin, yes? Sias, I said the word war. It was subtle, but you stiffened up at that. That, with everything you just said and I just saw, well, it doesn't take an intelligent species to piece it all together. Instead, I'll ask this. How many of you are left? Ketadanka. They are all here. Oh my God. 8. I counted this time. I knew it that they were running out of people. Okay, 8. I counted this time, and there were 8 Caradids in this room. It was hard to tell how old they were, but based on what Kartekin told me prior about its age, it seemed safe to assume that most were as old, if not older, than it. Sias. No others in the world? Katadanka. None. Sias. How long has it been? Katadanka. Kartekin is the youngest. It happened when it was freshly hatched from the nursery. Sias. ... And there haven't been any other kids since. The group chittered to one another, and Kartekin motioned for me to follow it. I was led to a section of the floor that began descending deeper into the ground when we stood on it. It took us to a large cavern. Looking around, I could see the ground covered in large, ovular objects colored a splotchy green. Oh my goodness. Kartekin. This is the nursery. It is where the eggs are kept and where they hatch. Sias. There's easily over 100 here. Kartekin. Correct. More specifically, there are 345 eggs here. Sias. Forgive my confusion then, because I just don't understand what the problem is. Kartekin. Neither do we. It has been one of our greatest sources of frustration and confusion for over 1,000 years. Every single egg is viable, and it should not take more than 2 years for them to hatch, and yet... I kneeled down with a flashlight and shone it at one of the eggs. It was faint, but inside I could see a vaguely carodid-shaped silhouette. Kartekin. We've accepted extinction. Sias. You can't be serious. Kartekin. I am. We accepted it long ago, once the old began dying. Soon hundreds became dozens, and dozens became 8. What hope was there left for us? Sias. With all your technology, surely you could... And Kartekin interrupts. Sias. Please. We know. And I know that Sias knows as well. We have tried everything we can. We are not afraid. We accomplished our goal in the end. Sias. What was that goal? Kartekin. To meet another like us. Another capable of thought. From the beginning, we worshipped the idea that our planet was not alone. That despite how impossible life should be here, it existed regardless, and therefore, there had to be another. I mean, dudes, are you sure you don't want to ask for, like, some zoologist, some mantis specialist for some help? Like, maybe there's some humans that have been working on mantis species that were going extinct, and they had to fix them up, and they're like, oh, we totally had that problem too. Let me show you. You know, like, you don't know. Please talk to some bug specialists, please. The second you saw a mantis, you should have been like, you have things like us. Please tell me more. Oh, okay. Anyway, fine. There had to be another. Kartekin led me back to the elevator and back outside. We could see the stars above, foreign constellations from stars whose light wouldn't reach Earth for millions of years still. It was a nice dream early on, but we never really focused on it. We built up our society, began at home first. We learned of all the creatures that lived here from the land to the ocean, then began learning of those on other planets nearby. Sias. So you did find other life? Kartekin. Yes and no. Mound, the world next in line in our system, had microbial life and never went beyond that. Filter, the world of gas beyond Mound, had makings of life, but nothing came of it. Nothing like us, nothing that could think. We began harvesting energy from our star and used that to send groups out of our system. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate. I will hydrate, I will stretch. I will mildly spill some on myself. Oops. Okay. Thankfully, my posture has actually been staying good. I did good. I'm not shrimping. You didn't catch me shrimping. Okay. Thank you, Joe. All right. Where were we? Send groups out of our system. That's where we were at. Sias. That's the kind of thing that I wish we could do, but there are so many problems at home still to solve. Kartekin. Sias says that as if it was not the case here. We had problems at home, but our eyes were blind to them. Problems that I saw on Earth as well. There was something Sias said before. ... Humanity is not monolithic. We were not either, though not quite as diverse as Earth seems. Kartekin clicked, stomping its back legs. I do not wish to waste time describing the entire history of my people. Time is precious right now. Sias has already understood what happened. Once that passed, those of us who remained doubled our efforts. The portal technology was created once we focused all our efforts on finding another out there, and we began peering across the universe. Kartekin began pointing to stars as it spoke. Each star and system above was searched, all barren and empty, nothing more than a few dying microbes. Fitting, I supposed, for a few dying specks of dust to find others. Sias, but you found us. Kartekin, we did. After 2 million years of our people's existence, we finally found another like us, on their own impossible little world. I looked to the sky, fixing my eyes on the portal and the pale blue dot on the other side. Strangely enough, it didn't feel that far away. It almost looked like the moon in our own sky. Yeah, 'cause you're getting closer. Kartekin, but fate is cruel. Sias, Kartekin, you keep saying there isn't enough time. I didn't want to bother you about it, but there's something wrong, isn't there? You mean besides everybody will die slowly? I guess because they live pretty long, I don't know. But anyway, Kartekin, ... Yes, you need to go home right now. Then why did you bring me here? But yeah, okay, so now he'll admit yeah, we're all gonna die. Oops. Sorry. Anyway. Current distance update. Current distance approximately 340,000 kilometers. 40,000 kilometers closer again. Oh boy. Kartekin, we are out of time. Any longer and Nest will be destroyed. Does it truly matter? Even staving off death now does not mean we stop what is coming. We die either way. Why can we not die here, knowing we've passed on our knowledge to another? Because the other might die? What are you talking about? Maybe they're not gonna bonk into Earth. Maybe they're gonna bonk into somebody else. Okay. It is all hypothetical. Oh no, sorry. I skipped. Kartekin, such a thing is impossible. It does not only risk us, but them as well. Oh, so maybe the portal being open is what makes things go closer and they need to close it. Oh. Okay. Alright, Darkstorm. Have a good day. Whatever time zone, happy time zone, folks. But I'm pretty sure I have to go do day stuff. Ugh, wild. Have fun. Bye-bye. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. Okay. Kartekin responds, it is all hypothetical, is it not? Just modules and simulations that cannot be proven for sure. We don't know what will happen. Kartekin. The knowledge gained from this exchange is invaluable, something we will never get again if we cut it off now. There's still so much for them to see here and so much for us to see there. Kartekin. And then he interrupts, I guess. There are so many concepts left to discuss, things to learn. We have yet to speak on their belief systems or their history. There are so many nations to see. Sias has only seen this one city. There's still so much more of Nest to... And then Kartekin is interrupted with a shout. All caps. Kartekin! Enough! The simulations do not lie. If we do not close the portal, either Nest will be thrown through to be torn apart by Earth's gravity, or worse. It cannot be left open. Is it not possible to simply close it and reopen it in a safer place? Those were the final coordinates, Kartekin. The last person who knew how to enter in new coordinates died years ago. This has been known. There are none left who know how to enter more. Once the portal closes, it's over. Then that's all the more reason to Kartekin. I know. I am just not ready to say goodbye. Oh, this is so sad. Okay, another update. Ooh, this one is all from Kartekin's view, I think. I think so. Okay, so addendum from Kartekin's view. Wild. Addendum 7999.8. Also April 7th, 2027. So I guess we're just continuing the rest of the chat. Sias looked at me, its head cocked slightly to the side, an expression of confusion, one I had become very familiar with over the past days. Sias, why all of a sudden? Is something wrong? Kartekin, yes. I need to be honest. Our planets, Sias, have been slowly drifting toward each other over the past few days. That's what you wanted to say, right? Kartekin, how did... Sias interrupts. The Foundation isn't dumb or ignorant, Kartekin. We've been monitoring the distance between our planets since the portal opened. It was pretty clear that you all opened it between our orbital paths. Kartekin, and they aren't upset? Sias, I can't say the higher-ups aren't upset about that. That said, there isn't a whole lot we can do about it. O5 wanted me to threaten you all to fix the problem, but that's not how I operate. Sias made that strange rhythmic sound it often did when it found something humorous. He laughed. Okay, that's it. Sias, what happens next? Kartekin, I send Sias home, and the portal between our worlds is closed. Sias, no way to reopen it? Kartekin, no. Sias, damn. We remained there in silence, staring at the stars above. Anybody else kind of hoping they kissed? There's a minute here that I'm like, what? I'm just being silly, though. Please. I know I want them to be like, we gotta keep, the way they're like, desperately, we have to keep exchanging culture. I want them to have that. Yes! Except one of them is a bug. And both of them, I don't know what either of their genders are. I keep saying it. But I'm pretty sure Sias is male. At least bisex with a beard. But hey, you never know. You never know. Okay. They remained in silence, staring at the stars. Kartekin, we are so small, are we not? Sias, how so? Kartekin, we have searched every star we possibly can over our existence to find another like us. Many have died searching, hoping that there was something else out there. Dying, never knowing that there was. There was someone else. But even in knowing... We were only able to know them for such a short time that it might as well have never mattered. These moments were fleeting, and now they're over. Sias. You're right, we are small, and it would have been nice to have more time together. You all know it better than we do, but the universe is vast beyond our comprehension. When we die, the stuff that makes us ourselves will return to that universe. Oh, I forgot what else is not up. Oh, never mind it. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's on me. Okay. Another piece of my stream that I forgot to put back. Ugh. Don't worry. Oh my gosh. Random thought as I saw a thing. Don't have. Okay. When we die, the stuff that makes us ourselves will return to that universe. Will become the matter that makes up the next stars, or even the next civilization. We become a part of that universe, don't we? Sias rose to its feet. It reached out a hand to me. I took it in my own. Sias. Sias. This moment was fleeting, but we were lucky to have ever had it. and no goodbye is forever. So I won't say goodbye here. Instead, I'll say, I'll see you in the stars. Kartekin, I will see you in the stars. Sias left, returning to the headquarters where Ketadonka would take it home. I returned shortly after, but by the time I arrived, they had already left. No! One of the others who remained behind handed me something. A gift from Sias. Inside was a set of brushes and paints. Yay! While the others worked to close the portal, I returned to the cavern below with my gift. I laid the brushes out and I began to paint. It wouldn't be a wonder, nothing like what I had seen on their planet, but it would be beautiful. I worked long into sleeping time and into the next day, stopping only to eat. Sias would never see it. No one from Earth would. But it would be a memento of my times there. Oh my gosh. When it was finished, I sat my brushes down. There it was, my landscape of stars with a caridid and a human, looking to one another. I looked around and saw all the blank space that remained on the cave walls and began planning my next masterpiece. In the distance, I could swear I almost heard the sound of something cracking. Eggs opening? Maybe the eggs opening? Oh my gosh, I hope so. Oh no, there's no more text. There's no more text. But there's a little update, so maybe they managed to send this message out, maybe. It says current distance, approximately 32 billion light years. Okay, so they severed the portal, they made sure the distance kept separate. And then it says, come find us, we'll be waiting. And then there's a photo of the painting. It is adorable. Purple sky, little squiggles that I think are supposed to be stars or clouds. Big old yellow sun, just big. Little bit of black outline that could be trees, that could be the water, I don't frickin' know, it's the black. And then that beige grass, and a little beige palm tree with its red leaves, and I say that because it's squiggles, it's not very exact palm tree, but it gives palm tree at the same time pretty good. And then adorable little stick figure mantis and person. I will say the person does not have a beard, so I don't think that that's properly Sias, unless he may be shaved, I don't know. But they weren't, they described touching the beard, and then it's not in the photo. I'm a little disappointed. But it's adorable, and I encourage all of you to go look at it. 7999, SCP-7999. Scroll to look at the art in this one. It's too pretty. And not just because it's like perfect art, but because this is adorable. I really like their little caridid. The little caridid doodle is very cute. He's great. I like him a lot. Is he maybe only 3 feet tall because he's keeping 2 of his legs on the ground? Oh my gosh, that's why they'd probably be a full people height if they stood only on their bottom legs. But in this, it has the 2 legs at the bottom, and then the topmost legs is hands. So it's kind of like centaur, walking around like a mini bug-shaped centaur. Maybe that's how it went. It's adorable. It's an adorable little doodle. You just looked. It is so sweet, isn't it? It's too cute. I love it. I've been waiting for this to get really dark, and it was sad. But then they prevented the real sad from happening, and they implied the eggs opening. It said, come see us, we're waiting. Also implying. But I'm really sad that now, guys, Sias is probably never going to see him again. Our caridid is going to live for a long time and be able to see other humans, but now he isn't going to meet Sias again. Because Sias will probably die before they figure out the technology necessary. Unless they use an SCP, maybe then it works. I need an immediate sequel. I need a sequel. Gib. NURIAKEA, you were the one that recommended this. Please tell me there's a sequel. Okay, but that was SCP-7999. I'm feeling feels. I'm having a moment. Hi, Fat. Please, please. Yes. Okay. You know what I was forgetting? My sub count. I even went through the work of updating that it was indeed weekly versus sesh. I did that, and then it wasn't seen last stream or this stream. And I saw the little presents going by, the little present reel that goes over that tape that runs over the chat that says the little cage gift for this particular moment, and I was like, oh, we'll have one more for the weekly sub goal. Oh my gosh, it's not even on the screen because I'm dumb and I forgot that bit. But hey, there it is. So hey, now we're at another break. I'm probably gonna have to run an ad soon to prevent from interruption and nexting, but it'll be a shorter ad than the other ones. And yeah. Has anybody noticed any lagging where my visuals have gotten bad? I think we have managed to survive. My bit rate is wiggly. The little line is not a straight line, but it is a good, pretty solid line. It's good. It looks like it was doing its thing. It did the right thing, I think. Anyway. Yeah. Alright. We'll do that. I'm gonna just stretch. Okay. Ah! Hello. Hello? Yeah! All caps. What yeah? What are we yaing? I've been flouting? Flouting? Do I want to know what's going on right now? Okay. I'm trying to decide which one we want to go with next, and I'm realizing my butt hurts from sitting still. And I'm hungry, and I may or may not have to do something. I think I will just do the short one. I think I will. So I will tuck this away. You are unnecessary. And we may or may not wrap early based on how long it takes for you guys to chat with me while I'm doing this. But yeah. Does anybody... If you're requesting it, I have a backlog of stories. You can drop into the Discord and request something. If we haven't already read it, I'll read it. If we have read it, it will probably be somewhere in my VODs for you to go watch it there. I make sure to write which stories are in each one in the description, so if you're like, I can't find it there, then it might be on a VOD that it has been not uploaded for whatever reason, and so maybe I will have to reread it. But yeah. Well, the chat's faster than the video footage. Caught me. Oh, what? Berber? But yeah. Okay. Thing's done. I have the one story. No one has requested anything. So I'm gonna run to our joke SCP. Isn't it wild that we had... Oh, I was supposed to have the trigger warning, but we talked about such nice things, so... We haven't really needed it. I should put that up, though. I should have it up just in case the silly one is concerned. Has my SCP had them up? Yeah, I usually have it. Anyway, there we go. Okay, cool. Well, thank you. We will look at it, and yeah, it could be later on. I will do my best to also credit you when we do it. Slow mode, yeah. Sorry. I get too distracted too easy. My mods are protecting me with that. Okay, so there's been nothing. I'm gonna go for it. We're gonna do our next one. It's an interesting title. It's got some interesting pictures. I do not know where this story is going, but it's gonna be something. I hope you're ready. It is SCP-666-J. What's the Discord? Oh, the Discord is for if you wanted to recommend SCP-937 to me, because I will probably forget if it's in the chat. And I have a backlog, so I read what's recommended first, and then I will get to the other ones later on. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay. Here is SCP-666-J. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I've got my trigger warning up. This looks like it's going to be oh boy, a bunch of stuff. How joking is this gonna be? The game is supposed to be joking, and I'm scared. Okay, here we go. This one was recommended by Andy Edward Oddman, if I have my memory correct. Here we go. Item number SCP-666-J, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. D-Class and Gerald, wherever the frick Gerald is, are the only ones allowed to get on any vehicle that Dr. Gerald happens to be driving. Oh. It has a very long description. We read a lot of short things, Turd. And so much was happening. I had to apologize for the... Yeah, it's a hell of a description. Of course I turtle. I have to credit you. I didn't know if I should just do Turtle Boy or the Turtle Boy 66. I went with Turtle Boy. If you think it should be the Turtle Boy, tell me otherwise. I go by whatever name recommended stuff, and you know, you send things through Discord. Anyway, okay. Don't distract me right now. So I guess the SCP is Dr. Gerald's driving, maybe? Is that what this is? Is this a joke about just being really, really bad at driving? Is that what this is gonna be? Because I'm excited. Same diff. Okay, cool. Alright. Good night, Yanko. And remember, you can call me... Oh, my tummy rumble. You can call me Raven. But thanks for joining us. Eat well. Take care. Okay. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment. D-Class and Gerald are the only ones allowed to get on any vehicle that Dr. Gerald happens to be driving. Because who cares about D-Class personnel? Fuck you, Foundation. Bugs me every time I see this. Oh, thanks for tucking him into it. Okay. Prepare a number of body bags equivalent to the number of passengers on any vehicle that he happens to drive, minus himself. Additionally, medical teams must be on standby if Dr. Gerald will be traveling through a populated area or any form of potentially hazardous environment, e.g. a nuclear plant, chemical refining plant, etc. I feel like the real containment procedure would be, don't let Gerald fucking drive? How, what? Whatever. Anyway, we have a photo at the top that I think is trying to insist upon it being a joke. It does look chaos. It's kind of badass. It is a school bus seemingly farting fire. The back end, it's like it's being propelled by a rocket. It's just got a ton of fire at the back end and a bunch of smoke behind that. It's great. Kind of looks like they're doing a Mythbusters experiment on a big wide old like landing strip, the big plain road. It's not a thin road, but it still has just the one painted line. So I think it is an experiment or something that they got this from, but it's just a big yellow school bus with a bunch of fire. The description is Dr. Gerald was told to take an ordinary school bus full of D class to a nearby site. He somehow managed to end up in a demolition derby. Somehow. Oh no. How much demolition did he do with that? I imagine everybody else died based on a couple more photos I've seen. Oh lord. Okay. Description. All individuals who board any vehicle or form of transportation that Dr. Gerald himself is controlling in any form are assured to die. So even if he's piloting a drone from far away and they're in it, even if he's just controlling the brakes or the gas on, but someone else is driving the rest of it, still, I wonder what kind of experiments you would do about this. But really the answer is don't do the experiments. God. This is the, oh, I forget the quote, but the like Jurassic Park quote of like, did we never ask ourselves if we should be doing these? Oh, fuck. Okay. Testing has shown that even those who escape vehicles he's been driving are doomed. They are generally struck by another moving vehicle within minutes. In such cases, where the passengers aren't near any other vehicles, they will fatally suffer from apparent anxiety-induced heart attacks. Dr. Gerald himself, oddly enough, always survives whatever horrors he puts a vehicle through. Additionally, all potentially hazardous objects seem to become even more dangerous if he is manning a vehicle in their general vicinity. Knives penetrate more than their sharpness would accord. Normally benign oil tankers become moving bombs that will detonate with the slightest touch. Buildings lose any significant rigidity, and pedestrians seem to lose all forms of self-preservation, throwing themselves into his path. A mere bicycle ride can inflict the devastation of an EF3 tornado. And then they have a photo above that, based on that description, is literally a photo from a tornado aftermath, but it's a photo where it looks like just a bunch of housing lots have been reduced to rubble. You can see like the cement block landing or something like that, and then there's one row where there's like 6 houses still intact, on another row that there's 2 still intact, but all the rest of this rubble. Oh, good night or goodbye for now. I don't know if I'll be still around. Yeah, either way, bye bye, and I hope you eat well later, Cage. Okay, yeah, so the big disaster struck here on this little neighborhood, and the description underneath is the results of Dr. Gerald driving through the town of Redacted on a moped. So literally a bicycle ride, an electric bicycle, but a bicycle ride. Damn. And then we have addendum 6661, sorry. Dr. Gerald is never to come within 25 meters of SCP-462. I'm going to have to click that link and find out who 462 is and try and... Oh, it's a Chevrolet El Camino in bad disrepair. Ooh. And it seems to kill its drivers, I think. Okay, okay, okay. What is this Murphy's Law BS? Addendum 6662. Plans are being made to construct a vehicle which can contain SCP-682 long enough for Dr. Gerald to actually drive it. If I remember correctly, 682 is the big bad evil. Yeah. This is a reptile-like creature that is full of hate. That guy. Everybody knows 682. Anyway, so that's how they are possibly considering how to kill 682 is just make Dr. Gerald drive him. Okay. Then we have a photo of what looks like a hotel being in the middle of being blown up, with parking lot having cars in it, so makes me think that it was not planned demolition, but maybe it was. It just looks like those cars are not going to do well. And it looks like it's the 70s. And the description there says a research team hypothesized that rollerblades are technically vehicles. Oh no. We tested their hypothesis by having Gerald skate into ORIA's headquarters in Tehran. They were right. Is that supposed to be Tehran? With the explosion? I would not know. The cure for 682 is easy. Just give it a Snickers. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that headcanon. They probably wouldn't because they're like, he's mean. He's not worth a treat. This is why you always have to be nice. Okay, anyway. And then we have another photo, which looks like it's maybe also a demolition derby photo. I don't even know what this vehicle is. What are you? What is going on? Is it like a go-kart with all the stuff from... I don't know what you are. What's in the back? It's a very blurry photo with wheels. Maybe that's engine stuff at the front. And that part that looks like a cage is probably where someone is sitting. I don't understand. But anyway, it just says 10:07 a.m. March 15th, 2000, but the rest of the year is redacted. Approximate velocity. The first digit is a 4, but the next digits are redacted, and based on the size of the redacted on the year, I guess this is a 4-digit number, which would mean that they are going over 4,000 kilometers an hour, is what this says. 4 redacted kilometers an hour. How did you get that fucking thing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, there's like a riding lawnmower that's tipped upside down. In the back of the photo, you can see some like yellow gardening gloves. There's little plants. You can see that little area is either the bag that's kind of fallen out or something got torn up. You can see a fence, but it's clearly like a tipped over riding lawnmower. And at the bottom it says 10:11 a.m. March 15th, 2 redacted. So looks like it's the same day. Not 4 minutes later. What? Maybe it's a different year. Maybe they do it every year, but it looks like it'd be that. And then it doesn't say velocity because this is clearly stopped. It says death toll. And the redacted number is 2 digits. How? How? Oh my gosh. And then the final photo, the final bit in this article here, it says nothing on a yellow square sign that's tilted so that it's a diamond. It's pinned, it's a signpost, it's a big old sign. In the back, there's, a little forest that looks like a bit of, kind of like a ATV road kind of a thing. There's a rock there, it's very grassy. And it just says nothing on it, which feels confusing. And then the description says, we have this tract of land over in redacted long word. So I'm guessing city-state, because this whole foundation is mostly in uh, North America a lot, but also more US, but maybe it's city country, maybe city province, territory, I don't know. But anyway, and then it says, just in case we have some sort of vehicular SCP that needs to be decommissioned so that we could drive it over there, I guess, with him. Coincidentally, it's also the only place that Dr. Gerald is able to drive without permission. Okay, so that's where they bring him. Oh my god. That's where they bring him and whoever they want to get rid of. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is a wild one. That is fun. I would do more reading, but yeah, I think that this will be it tonight. I will not push it. I'm very glad that we have not had our, well, nobody's told me that it went lagging at all, and the bit rate has been nice, so I think I did fix things, at least to some degree, and I'm hoping that it keeps up. We'll read more tomorrow. I have still a couple before anything, and NURIAKEA dropped a handful the other day. They're typically very long, so we've got lots of SCPs to still go through. Hello, Sklo. Nice to meet you. It's good to meet other writers and authors. Well, I am not writing, I am reading, but I have done some minimal writing, and I like to read when viewers have something that they have written that they want to show. So I will remind you that same Discord that I mentioned dropped the SCP recommendations into, folks. You could drop your own. Turtle Boy was saying earlier, last night we did that. We had a few poems from Turt that we read, and we've read some short stories and some poems from other folks too. And I like to give that credit when I upload the YouTube VOD. Add that in the description, just like I usually have all of the titles of everything we read. And if it's a recommendation, I usually also add who recommended what story. I try and do all of that. Anyway, with that, I'm going to be wrapping up early. I'm an hour and 6 minutes early for wrapping up for stream, but I don't think I'd be able to finish the next story quite in time. We'd probably need a little bit more time to do that, and I do want to go get some other stuff done, and I was up very late trying to fix the Wi-Fi before. So before you do, I did a bit of research. If it is at least 4,000 kp, that is Mach 3, possibly Mach 4. Kilometers per hour, you mean? Yeah. Oh my gosh. It could be Mach 4. That go-kart thing, whatever it was, could be Mach 4. I will say, if that was a person, the back wheels were about the size of a person, but the front wheels were real little. And they were off, like it was a wheelie. It was off the road. It was insane. I don't know how. What? I can't even. 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. Theoretically, I don't know how. Ask Dr. Gerald, not me, my guys. Oh my gosh. Also, Pordax, those are adorable. I love them. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Fett, if you're listening, I would like to raid away. If you have a recommendation, we will do that. I like your little pudgy kid too. And I only see pudgy because he looked very round. Because there are no legs. Could just be a little guy. Could be just a little guy. Small cat. Yeah, he's small cat versus the long cat. There's one specific catto that was like potato related in name, and I would say long potat. Whenever they had the long version of him, I would say long potat. Anyway, I got distracted. And the bongos. I know you're here, Fett. Do you have I will prepare. Alright. Yes, I will be back tomorrow, same time, and hopefully go the whole time and still have no lag issues. Fingers is crossed, everybody. Please make decisions. No. Okay, so like I said, if you have the suggestion, I won't read it in the stream just because I have such a backlog, but hey, I would be happy to read it another time. What time tomorrow? 9 p.m. EST. I'm trying to look who we're gonna go with next. Most of the people that I follow are doing games. When Fet is not here, I usually go with somebody I already follow if they're up, because I haven't done enough of go visit other people. I have my idea. I know where we're gonna go. I have decided. Thank you for a recommendation, Turt. But I have decided. Oh, well, Fet says that's a good one. Hi, Fet. I was about to do the thing. Either way, I'm gonna send in a raid message. Raid 1 and copy. I was about to do bending silver spoons. I have not hit the button yet, so you can tell me otherwise, because you have your very important chart and all of that. Spoons is also good. It's true. I figured we hadn't gone to spoons. I haven't visited the people in a little bit. But yeah. Okay, we're going with spoons. Spoons. Alright, thank you so much for watching. I will be back here tomorrow, I promise. And I am crossing my fingers again that we will indeed have lag-free stream as we have had so far. I really hope so. I really do. 4 months, actually. Well, then I'm glad we're going to Bending Silver Spoons. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Oh, Amy's in here. Okay, yeah. Let's go. Eat well, everybody. Have a good time. Have a good day. Whatever time zone. Happy time zone. And see you later. Let's go. Let's go say hi to them.